4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Erivu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Erivu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Erivu School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamus Tech Consulting. Visit adamustech.in today.
Hey, check, check. This is the audio test. Dev sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, but suddenly it was not no sound. But right now, so have you done anything?
Sorry?
For the last 1 minute there was no sound, but right now it's okay. So I have to check on the YouTube also. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, sir, we will be start in soon. So can we start the recording soon? Okay.
Okay. There was no sound, but right now it's okay.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, today, The foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility we consider possible.
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Aravu School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace.
At Adamas Tech Consult.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility we consider possible.
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine, and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Arivoot School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators.
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Arivoot School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our esteemed panelists and participants. It is my honor on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce to welcome you at the 4th ICC EdTech Summit here in Delhi. To start the day's proceedings, we will begin with the lamp lighting ceremony. May I please request our esteemed guests to please be at the lamp lighting ceremony. Our chairman, Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Professor T.G. Sitharam, the chairman AICT, Professor Ram Gopal Rao, Professor Anupam Basu, may I also request Ms. Mitakshara Kumari, former advisor, Education and State Planning Commission, Government of Chhattisgarh, Dr. T. Jayasudha, she's there, Deputy Director, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council of Higher Education. May I please request Dr. Ashwini Bhalla, Deputy Director, Higher Education, Government of Punjab to join. May I request Professor Bishojoy Chatterjee to please join the lamp lighting ceremony, Vice Chancellor, IEM, UEM. Dr. Moushami Mahapatra, ma'am, please join. Mr. Kaustav Sengupta. May I now request Chairman, sir, to please kindly join come on the dais. Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University and Techno India University, Tripura, and Founder, Managing Director, Techno India Group. Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor, BITS Pilani, and former Director, IIT Delhi. We all know Professor T.G. Sitharam, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Raja Ramanna Chair, Professor, Jadavpur University, Honorary Professor, Shivnadar University, and Distinguished Honorary Professor, Sister Nivedita University, and former Professor at IIT Kharagpur. The panel for our inaugural session, may I now request Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to have you all with us today at the 4th ICC EdTech Summit to explore the transformative potential of education technology under the theme EdTech for Lifelong Learning, Empowering Education and Enterprise, Vision 2030. This theme aligns with the remarkable growth of India's EdTech sector, which has revolutionized traditional learning methods. I extend a special welcome to Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Sir, your presence has truly elevated this summit, and we are grateful that you could join us despite your very busy schedule. Thank you, sir. Thank you again. I would also like to warm welcome Dr. Amarendra P. Behra, Joint Director, Central Institute of Educational Technology, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani and former Director of IIT Delhi, Dr. Anupam Basu, Rajaraman Chair Professor of Jadavpur University and Professor at Sustainability University, and our distinguished guest present here, and Professor, Vice Chancellor from different universities. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Let us all recognize the profound impact of EdTech has on shaping the future of education and enterprise. The rapid advancement in technology have given us unparalleled opportunities to revolutionize how we learn, teach, and work. Emerging trends shows that skill development, K-12 education, test preparation, and online certification are the fastest growing subsegments of India's EdTech sector. The growth has been fueled by various factors, including high internet and smart device penetration, increased online content consumption, and the rising demand of young professionals in the workforce. As the digital revolution continues to accelerate in India, EdTech is to have a long-lasting impact on the workforce and economy, not just by transforming the educational sector but also by fostering inclusivity and bridging knowledge gaps. Blended learning models are emerging, assisting learners in transitioning from traditional to digital formats, including AR, VR, and related technologies that offer immersive learning experiences. Online learning is also among the emerging trends as adult learners seek to enhance their skills for future jobs and vocations. Today, we aim to explore opportunities, discuss innovative solutions, and chart a path towards a more inclusive, accessible, and dynamic educational landscape. The government has played a crucial role in supporting the EdTech by increasing digital dependence in India. The SHAM program has promoted e-learning, is designed to achieve the three cardinal principles of educational policy: access, equity, and quality. The focus is on enabling students to access all courses taught in classrooms, anytime and anywhere. The Diksha initiative has been impactful, where teachers and learners across the country can access various curriculum and academic resources. Additionally, the Skill India program has been a significant success, focusing on training over 40 crore people across diverse skill sets. We are fortunate to have distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the summit. Your highlights and contribution will undoubtedly inspire and guide us as we work towards our shared vision for the future where education and enterprise are seamlessly integrated and universally accessible. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being here today. Your presence and active participation are vital to the success of this summit. Together, let us harness the power of EdTech to create a brighter, more inclusive future for education and enterprise. Thank you, and I look forward to the engaging discussion and fruitful outcome of the 4th ICC EdTech Summit. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, our summit chairman, and also the Raja Ramanna Chair Professor, Jadavpur University, to please deliver the theme address.
Professor Sitaraman, Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhuri, Professor Ram Gopal Rao, and the distinguished audience that we have here. At the very outset, as a summit chair, I extend my warm welcome to all of you to make it possible to attend this summit. The focus of this summit is EdTech with an intent of lifelong learning. Now, all of us agree, and there cannot be any doubt that we are now immersed in technology. And along with the days of chalk and talk, which I also consider to be a technology, because all of us grew up with that fantastic technology, starting our days while we started writing on the slate with the chalk. Now we have gone quite a distance with animations, videos, and along the path came NPTELs, SWAM, and now the scenario is being changed with the advent of Gen AI. All those things are forming the basis of EdTech, and indeed, it has paved a way to deliver contents to all of us. Even today, every morning, although I worked throughout my life in NLP, but still I learn about large language models and many other AI issues like alignments and many other advanced issues, all from the electronic content that is made available to us. So that's a great boon to all of us. Now, along with that, we have a couple of issues that need to be addressed. One is obviously contents. Now, for us in India, the contents, we are still depending on the contents that are available abroad, besides the fantastic effort of SIAM and NPTEL. We need to make more contents in our own language, keeping our contexts in view, and the delivery modes should be of different types. We are now restricted by the delivery methods which are invented by somebody. We ride on that delivery mode. But I think personally that we can deliberate today that keeping in view our audience, which traverses a big spectrum of economic distribution, can we think of other modes of delivery so that it can reach the multitude of Indians? So instead of talking of delivery by availability, let us think of delivery mechanisms by affordability. Now, we have organized this summit under 3 sessions. One is focusing on the school, EdTech in schools. Number 2, EdTech in higher education. And third, what the government can do for implementing these. Now, I think, and ICC also felt, that we need to synergize between these three. Mostly today, we find, Professor Ramgopal Rao may agree with me, Professor Sitaram may frown at me a little bit, but the heterogeneity of the students who come to the higher education, because of heterogeneity of access to teaching, good learning materials and teaching methods at the school level, creates a problem at the higher education level. So we have to synergize so that the effect of education technology can percolate down the stream so that everywhere we can have the benefit of that. And higher education cannot ride on a horse when we have not prepared that from the schools. So I think in today's deliberation, the first session in school, and that's very important. Also, I'll be very happy if in the government session, people talk about how these high-tech edtechs can trickle down to the bottom of the pyramid. That is still a challenge. India having a 5% huge population who are haves, we often find that our solutions have been reached because the market is there. But it's not the market only to fulfill our needs. It's a market that we need for the growth of the country. And the country does not end at 5%. Therefore, I sincerely look forward to interesting deliberations in this summit, where at the end I request the ICC to pin down some action points which can be proposed as some suggestions to the people who matter. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
As informed by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, she is on her way, will reach any moment. May we please request Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor, BITS Pilani, to kindly address the forum.
Professor T.G. Sitaram, Professor Anupam Basu, Mr. Sachin Rai Chaudhary, all the dignitaries here, and everybody present here. I think it's very interesting. I was looking at the theme of the event, EdTech for Lifelong Learning, Empowering Education and Enterprise, Vision 2030. And it looked like a nice punchline for what BITS Pilani does. We have this work integrated learning programs. I think that is something that probably, is what is important to strengthen further in the country, right? There are, so many people employed in the corporates, and the technologies are fast changing. Even the chat GPT, nobody knew before, that anything like that was coming, except those in the academia who were working on some of these. But it took everybody by surprise. Now it has completely become a disruptive kind of a technology for the education, right? And now quantum. Everybody thought quantum is a basic research, and not everyone counted on what quantum can do. But now Government of India has just announced a 6,000 crore quantum mission. Now funds are already getting distributed, and lots of projects are being funded. And whether it is computation or communication or sensors or anything you take, or cryptography, everything will have the quantum inside. And that's what has happened. And nobody who is in the corporate life today wouldn't have studied quantum. Now everything is quantum in the future. All our cyber security experts, who are all experts now in the corporates and everywhere, haven't done anything on the quantum side of it. And that is where the continuous learning becomes very important. The work integrated learning becomes very important. So all of us, when a student joins us in our institutions, we need to treat them as lifelong learners. I mean, the 4 years, 5 years, whatever education they receive, I think that half shelf life of that knowledge is fast shrinking, right? Within 5 years, 7 years, some new technology would have come into the play, and then you are caught off guard. And that's where the continuous learning kind of a program will help. And will be is one such. In fact, the work integrated learning program that BITS Pilani offers. There are today 50,000 employees from corporates who are registered for a degree in WILP. Though BITS is known for its on-campus programs in 5 campuses, but this work integrated learning program is the one which is actually subsidizing our education on the campuses. And without that, we wouldn't have been able to make the education that we offer even affordable. Our entire capital expenditure comes from the work integrated learning program. I think these are the models that we need to learn, and that is where EdTech is very useful, right? When you talk about EdTech, people usually think of EdTech from the delivery point of view, that you go sit in front of a computer and give lectures, but that's not EdTech. The EdTech that at least we are now following and which we are trying to build is the laboratory component. How can you make the laboratory experience, worthwhile for online students? Because engineering is all about practice. Engineering is not about just listening to some lectures and claiming that, I'm an expert kind of a thing. There, the virtual labs kind of a concept, and they're getting that real time kind of an experience for people in the laboratory space is where EdTech needs to innovate. And that is where, in fact, from BITS Pilani, there is a proposal with AICTE, where whatever technologies we have developed right now, using AR, VR kind of technologies, using IoT enabled technologies. Today, you can sit in your office and run an experiment in one of our campuses. And you actually see the videos, you can control a pump, you can change the RPM, and you can keep recording the parameters, all that you can do by sitting in your office, right? That's where a lot of innovation has gone in. Now we are going to the next level where we are trying to use AR, VR technologies for laboratory, more immersive kind of an experience where you are actually standing inside a lab and performing all of these experiments, as if you are doing it in the laboratory itself. I think these are the kinds of things that are taking place. Otherwise, education is one place where the technology hasn't really percolated too much, right? I mean, I also often keep narrating this story about how we as teachers have adapted to technology. The way the joke goes is a teacher, right? A university teacher has gone into a coma, right? And a medical doctor has also gone into a coma. Both these individuals went into coma and woke up after 30 years, right? And then after 30 years, the medical doctor went to the surgery room, operation theater, saw that everything has changed. Now, what he was doing and what is the current scenario in the operation theaters with so many gadgets, so many blinking lights, our man is completely lost, right? He did not even know where to start, and he gave up. He said, I won't be able to practice anymore. Our university professor went to the classroom, took the chalk and delivered lecture, right? Nothing has changed. In 30 years, what has changed now? If you have chalk and board, you can go and deliver your lecture, and right? I mean, the only technology we have adapted probably on a massive scale is the PowerPoint. Other than PowerPoint, I can tell you in universities, nothing much has really changed. But that's the problem. That's where the problem lies. And that's where having this online delivery is also something we have figured out, but they are also boring, right? I mean, you just go and sit in front of a computer, listen to many of those NPTEL lectures. You can't even stand them beyond 10 minutes, 15 minutes kind of a thing. Very monotonous, kind of a delivery. And then that's where the technologies need to come in. And that's where the laboratory component, as I told you, is where a lot of innovation needs to happen from the tech side. Even the examinations. Now, that's a major problem for all of us. You can't even prevent that online cheating when you conduct exams online. And now BITS Pilani is struggling with that. I mean, we are looking for solutions where in all these 50,000 people in corporates, right? How can we have that examinations for them which are foolproof, where there is no chance for teaching? chance for cheating, right? That's what we would like to, we are looking for solutions there. And, the online model of education also is turning the IIT model upside down, right? What is the IIT model of education? I spent 25 years in IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay. The IIT model of education is you conduct a very difficult examination at the entry level, right? And once you clear the exam, after that, there is no exam. Right? Once you get into the system, you anyway get out. There is no exit barrier. There is only an entry barrier. With the online mode of education, it's actually reverse. Anybody can get into IITs. Anybody can get into these programs. But then at the exit, you need a barrier. If you don't have the barrier at the exit, everybody just getting degrees, doing everything online, then the quality will suffer. And then the entire online education will get a bad name, and the whole field will collapse. So therefore, you need a very good exit barrier for all these online exams, and that's the model. So therefore, IIT model is huge barrier at the entry level, and the online education model is huge barrier at the exit level. I think that's where the examination system, that's where innovation in terms of how we can conduct these exams online, without any cheating kind of a possibility. These are all the challenges. In WILP now, our work integrated learning programs, we have tried many technologies, but then we thought, nothing is really working. Now we have moved back to getting all of them to a physical center. Now we have at least hundreds of centers all over the country where they go to those examination centers, take a proctored examination. That's the only thing which we have figured out and which works right now for all these online exams. But so many people are complaining. Somebody is a corporate executive. Now you tell that person to go from Bombay to, some remote place in Bombay for the examination, and they are saying the leave and this, that, and everything is becoming a challenge. I think some of these are the challenges in a way, and which we need to overcome if we need to make online education, the edtechs, right? The quality of these programs needs to be as good as what we have in our campuses and all of that. I think there are many challenges, and I hope the edtech companies will innovate particularly in the areas of examinations, right? Online examinations, particularly in the case of laboratories, which are becoming more virtual, more real world kind of experience, particularly in terms of delivery of content, right? Which is not monotonous, which is more exciting, from the teacher's point of view, using 3D models, using AR, VR kind of technologies embedded into the lecture, right? More immersive kind of an experience for the learner. I think these are the places in my mind where we need to innovate. Otherwise, the content and other part of it, we will be able to, take care, right? Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Professor Rao. May we now request Professor T.G. Sitharam, Chairman of AICTE, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Anupam Basu, Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao, Professor Pankaja Mittal, Secretary General AIU, and all the distinguished educationalists, industry representatives, and the audience who are attending this particular important event on the EdTech for lifelong learning, empowering education and enterprise, Vision 2030. We all like visions. So I think Professor Rao as well as Professor Basu has put their points already. I would like to share some of my thoughts in this. Particularly we are in a world, a lot of disruptions are happening, using technology. So this has caused a lot of changes. I will start with simple example, what Professor Rao was talking about, 30 years, a doctor and a teacher comes out after the coma. So I will not go even to that 30 years. I will just tell you recently, last year, I think all of you know that National Teachers Award has been announced. I think some of you have not applied, you can send the application. So last year, Teachers Award, one portion of the award was looked after by AICT, that for the higher education. So about 100 awards were there, 50 for the school, another 50, 25 of them for engineering and technology courses and management also, and then 15 for ITIs, and another 10 for the diploma separately. Okay, so we were looking after diploma and the higher education, and MSDE, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, was looking for the ITI, and the school, Department of School Education, was looking for 50. At the end, see, we are very conservative in higher education. We didn't we didn't select all of them. We said they're not good enough. So we hardly selected maybe about 30 totally out of 50, including ITI. School, 50 came out of 50. 50 awards for teachers across, this is across the country. 50 is a very small number for our nation. When I got a chance to see all the videos of the winners, it was about 2 minutes videos of each one of them. So if you get a chance, I think it is still on the website of school education as well as at AICTE. You can take a look at it. What I found interesting is all our school teachers were really good, excellently presenting themselves about their achievements. And also their background was very good in the sense where they are projecting their schools. But as Professor Ram Gopal Rao said, an IIT professor came with a chalk and a blackboard. He was only doing that. Anyway, he was also the winner. Please remember that. He is one of the winner of this award. So what it basically says is, really we haven't changed much in higher education when compared to, maybe we have just graduated to a PowerPoint presentations, but not beyond that. Friends, today in the education field, I think role of everyone is important, and particularly the EdTech. See, I will highlight some quick pointers. For example, access is not the only one issue for us. We must also promote digital literacy. Many of them, as you rightly said, many of the young people are excellent, but they don't have patience also to sit down and learn themselves. So self-learning, continuous learning is order of the day. Even NEP emphasizes on both. Okay. NEP emphasizes on both. So we need to implement programs that teach digital literacy from an early age. How to learn, and how even our schools, colleges also have to be taught, because during COVID, what we saw, 1 hour 55 minutes is a too long period even for the teacher. Forget about the student who's sitting on the other side. He may turn off your monitor and do something else. But what is most important is, even for a teacher, it was long. So we did one experiment at IIT Guwahati when I was the director there. We did 30 minutes classes online. Okay, it did work very well, reasonably. So maybe we should completely think about a new innovations in even delivery, not only. So in other issues we need to also make public awareness campaigns and community workshops about learning online and also self-learning. Because today, skilling is imminent. We have to get skilled, upskilled, reskilled continuously, because technology is changing so fast. So not only having digital literacy enough, learning is also have to happen. There, the role of EdTech is very critical. So let me give you 1 or 2, experiments what we have done at All India Council for Technical Education. So I don't know how many of you know about our NEET program, National Education Alliance. This is not this NEET. All of you know about that, I know. This is NEAT, National Education Alliance for Technology. Today, we have 129 EdTech companies on our portal. See, these are not simply allowed. See, I will tell you what, there is a very rigorous process. Today, we have graduated to NEET 4.0. So in NEET 1.0, 2.0, what we used to do is we used to call out the newspaper advertisement, and people, EdTech companies used to apply to us, And we used to conduct interview with the experts, and they have to deposit some money at AICTE to get, later on if some cheating cases are there so that we can cover them, or they don't run away after announcing the course. Okay. So for all these cases, we had made some protocols and processes we were doing. So today, as of now, NEET 4.0 is working, where we made it dynamic, because all these programs or courses are, you don't need to wait for everybody to come in. So each one, as they come, within a month we clear. So as soon as I joined, I said, it is not anyway a competition between the EdTech companies, because they are unique. Their products are unique, they are different. So better is to evaluate them independently and give them an opportunity to present themselves. So that's what we have done now. So totally 129 companies are there. And just last week or even yesterday's data, 45 more companies have already come, okay, on our NEET portal. The courses vary from, future technologies, as you rightly said, AR, VR, many of them, and many international companies are also there. So kindly take a look at it and make use of it. So this EdTech industry in India is growing very fast. As per the figures in the Invest India, the education technology EdTech industry is not just transforming traditional learning methods, but also holds immense potential for future growth. Currently valued at almost $7.5 billion in 2024. Okay, it's a big business, EdTech. So the EdTech sector in India is projected to expand at a CAGR at 25.8%, reaching a remarkable of $29 billion by 2030. So you got the numbers, why it is growing, so you should look at why it is such a demand. So let's look at that, why, to answer some of these questions. Why is very important, the EdTech role in higher education as well as in school education. Friends, we have close to about 26.5 crore or even more than that students in our school education. That is 1 to 5 class. So let's look at where are they going. Because all of us know we are in higher education, majority of you. So only 4.3 crore are in higher education. That too, it has increased from 2001. So we are at 11% gross enrollment ratio of 2001. And today we have reached 28.3. That means 24 years. Okay, we have reached 18% gross enrollment ratio. Okay, that means 28.3. We are 28.3 students of 100 students go to higher education. So this number, as per our own plan of National Education Policy 2020, is going to be 50% by 2035. That means we have only left with 11 more years to reach that number of 50%. That means another 22% we have to add to higher education. That means we haven't done that actually. In the last 24 years, we only were able to do 18%, 18.3%. But now we have to reach that 50%. So you should look at how many universities we require, how many colleges are required, are new technologies like what Professor Rao was talking about, augmented reality, even laboratory courses have to be taught online. Okay, and quality of that has to be very high. They should not suffer that they're learning online. That's the situation we are all put in. Okay, and believe me, there are 500 million young kids aspiring. And in these 26.5 crore, if you count now 4.3, live it, and only MSDE, all of you know, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship started in 2014. That means in 10 years, they were able to identify about 11 crore children in the skilling. Still, there are 12 crore children missing. Where are they? So, believe me, they are going to be coming to both higher education and skilling. That means we have to add 4.3 crore more to higher education in 10, 11 years. Can we build universities to hold this large number of students? Not one university. We require almost equivalent number of universities, 1,200 plus. Yeah, you madam is here. She will tell you the statistics of how many universities are there in our nation. So some of them, I have spoken to some of the vice chancellors. Oh, we have too many, they're saying. Actually, we have too little. That's the scenario. For our population, we have too little universities. And it's good that many universities are starting now. But believe me, to build an university of world class or even national level institutions, it takes more than 25 to 30 years. So the example of IIT Guwahati itself clearly demonstrates. We started in 1994, when by the time we moved to the new campus itself is 10 years, 2003. Okay, and 2003 to 2023 are today 24, 20 years. So this is still number 9. Yesterday you saw the ranking, number 9 and number 7, and compared to the older IITs. Okay, it's a big progress for an institution of an young institution of 30 years. It's a very, very big progression. But India is in a hurry. We want to become the world leader. Already economy is growing. Higher education has to grow. If you look at all developed nations of the world, okay, higher education is above 75% of gross enrollment ratio. The challenge is there, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. It's a very big challenge. It's a very big challenge to bring in so many young kids to the higher education. We do not have enough infrastructure, neither in terms of colleges, neither in terms of universities, nor in terms of the technology also to deliver. And the role of EdTech companies is very, very critical. And thanks to National Education Policy 2020, it has brought a lot of flexibility, a lot of hope to accommodate these people. I think you have to look at NEP as our agenda for the next 25 years. Then only we will be able to make Vikasit Bharat at 2047. So that's no more a dream, I say. Why? Because the way we are going, I think we are going to reach all that. Because today, in terms of publication, okay, research publication, at least in science, engineering, technology, and mathematics, we are already number 4 in the world. Okay, and in terms of startups, all of you have heard. Today we have 140,000 startups. We are the 3rd largest startup capital of the world. 3rd largest. And out of this, very good, interesting news is 125 companies have become unicorns. And we could see them now more often. And I would say that, a lot of them are also working for the world. It's a global village. And in engineering, and particularly because I come from All India Technical Education, All India Council for Technical Education, I have to give you some numbers, at least in the area of engineering and management. So as you all know, we were started this accreditation or the approval process for the UG program of BBA this time. That means bachelor's in management programs. First time, because earlier we were only doing MBA, MCA, and they're all engineering programs, but not the bachelor's program because they were not there in the engineering colleges. They were actually in the degree awarding colleges. So nobody has tried to touch it, but we touched it. But I'm very happy to tell you today, 6,000 plus institutions, only BBA and BCA and Bachelor's of Management Science running institutions have taken approval from AICT. Today, we can say we are the largest producers of engineers and managers in the world. We can talk about quality a little bit. Definitely quality is very important. And for those who, I will highlight that also aspect in a little while. But today we produce 1.5 million engineers every year. And this is not today. This is last 10, 15 years data. Continuously we are doing it. Just to get a number in your mind fixed, how many graduate from IITs? Because both 2 of us are directors of IIT earlier. 15,000 graduates today come out from 23 IITs. How many? 15,000. That is 1% of the engineering graduates comes from all engineering colleges. Believe me, these IITians are not visible for our nation because our nation scale is so large. Okay, they're excellent contributions. I will talk about IITs also because I was a director. We cannot put it down. We have to see their contribution in a different level. So, but let us look at these 1.5 million engineers, what they have done. Starting from 1987 as a regulator, AICTE can count close to about 30 million engineers graduating from all engineering colleges in India. That's positively what we have done is we have placed our engineers, every company in the world, Okay, every company, there is no company left without Indian engineer. Anywhere you go, you see, I was part of the design of because I'm a geotechnical engineer. I design below the ground foundations. Okay, in the Chenab Bridge, the second highest large bridge, when we finish the foundation, they have to bring a structural designer or an engineer because there is a concept. If it is a large span bridge, we have to bring an international expert. Not Indian expert is not enough. Not IITs are also not enough. So, but if an international expert comes out, who is coming? An Indian is coming from Germany. So this is the irony. Wherever you go, our engineers are there. Today, we can confidently say, because of the bold decisions of the government, either TechCube 1, TechCube 2, RUSA, I can keep on going. Many projects of AICTE, programs of AICTE has made our engineers highly qualified engineers. Let me tell you, because I have taught at least 7 countries, full courses. In my classroom also, I found my students are here in India. Students are better. I teach at Indian Institute of Science. My classrooms are very small. I agree. When compared to IITs, my classrooms are hardly, never crossed 20 in my classroom because we don't have an undergraduate program. But I have taught in IIT Guwahati, I've taught elsewhere. I will tell you, our students are smartest. There is a lot of talent and a lot of them come from rural part of India. There is a fantastic, we definitely have a lot of work to do. As I told you, not in just numbers, also in bringing quality. Quality also we need to up and make them much more, demandable for world class. But today we can confidently say India has delivered engineering and management education, not just for India, for the whole world. I can confidently say because look at the companies, IBM has come in Bangalore and set up 200,000 people in one location. Okay? It is not, why they are coming? And second, if you look at today, lot of international and even Indian companies have created their Global Capability Center, GCCs, close to 2,000. There is a big talk of the town today. You might have heard. All of them are solving problems of the whole world sitting in India. I was really mesmerized myself because I did work for petroleum at UT Austin for 3 years. And I was wondering what Exxon is doing or Shell is doing in the city of Bangalore. Bangalore is not an oil city, but they are doing the service sector for all oil companies sitting in Bangalore. They have 4,000 people working, engineers working from Bangalore. So this is the change what we are seeing. And there is a clear role for Indian engineers to contribute to the whole world. And today you can see any technology companies, not just the CTO, CEO, okay, are the Indians. That you are very clearly visible to all of us, whether it's Microsoft, Google, or any tech company. But all the second level, third level are also Indian engineers. Go and see in California or Austin, Texas is also home for many such large companies. Friends, lot of activities have happened in the EdTech also in India, particularly starting with the NPTEL program. I would like to say today Swayam offering close to about 3,500 MOOCs courses and attached 4.4 crore students have enrolled in. Okay. And Swayam Prabha channels, DTH for self-learning is also a very big number. Web-based platform provides access to about 143,000 educational videos with a cumulative watch time of 86,000 hours. These numbers are mind-boggling actually. Sometimes it scares us. Sati catering to competitive exam preparation. This is a IIT Kanpur group of students actually initiative. What they are doing is they're going to remove the importance of coaching centers, which is very, very actually important. First of all, we should stop this coaching business. Students should enjoy and learn rather than lock them up into a small building and make them to simply continuously keep learning. So this Sati will provide that opportunity through online learning. This is a startup of IIT Kanpur, which is a very unique program. Catering to competitive exam preparation, Sati offers 2,000 video lectures, 80,000 problems, and AI-driven mentorship with 4 lakh students already registered on the Sati program, which is just inaugurated last year. Coming to Swayam Plus now, government is also pushing themselves very fast. So they brought not just the NPTEL and 9 other institutions, AICTE and IIM Bangalore for management courses. So 9 are partners in Swayam. NPTEL is major partner, which is IIT Madras leading. Today, Swayam Plus partnering with industry leaders. That means now Google, Microsoft, everybody can come on Swayam, okay, and offer their microcredits. So today, Swayam platform offers Swayam Plus 187 courses to enhance employability, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And another very interesting, the scheme of government of India, particularly in the Ministry of Education, along with boards, is the NATS, National Apprenticeship Training Program. NATS, National Apprenticeship and Training Scheme, has provided on-job training to over 8.5 lakh apprentices in the past 5 years, supported through almost 1,300 crore in stipends through DBT, direct benefit transfer. NATS 2.0 was launched by the Honorable Minister just about 15 days back. Kindly take a look at it. And AICTE, along with NCBET, we have developed how to integrate these people, okay, into continuous learning. So we have come up with vocational program, embedded degree programs. Already guidelines are brought out, and soon we're going to announce that to all our engineering colleges. But I would like to share 2 other very important initiatives AICTE has taken just in the about 3-4 months or a year back. One is what Professor Ram Gopal Rao was talking about, the BITS Working Integrated Learning Program. But that institute was doing long back. But we have taught at AICTE what is called as Working Professionals Program. Very flexible working professional program. For an ITA student, he can do a diploma. Diploma student can do a degree. A degree student can do a postgraduate. These working professional programs are offered by well-performing institutes of AICTE. This year, 425 institutions are offering. We will only give them 3 programs to run in the evening. But please note that they are not called as evening programs. They are not called as part-time degrees. They are a regular degree, but with a lot of flexibility. What I mean by flexibility is, for example, a diploma person working, he can register in an institution within 75 kilometers from his home address or his office address where he is working, and take courses at his speed. 3 courses maybe in a semester, and he can take more than 3 years to complete because he gets a lateral entry into the second year of BTech or BE. He can take more than 3 years to complete it. So a lot of flexibility is built in. And the colleges also are offering, or good institutions are only we have selected. They should be running the day program full time. In that, for example, BE Mechanical, they're running with full faculty, full laboratories. Then they can only offer this program in the evening. Very, very, very positive responses come from across the country. And I'll tell you, after Institute of Engineers have banned Part A, Part B, after 2013, there was no opportunity for others, particularly engineering and diploma persons, to continue their education, except registering in an open university for an MBA. Okay, now they can do engineering programs and also management programs, which is a very unique program of AICTE. Large number of good institutions are offering. If you did not know about it, please spread a word about it. So let all the industry people make use of this program. Because this is in a regular college, regular fees, regular degree you will get, but a flexible hours, flexible time beyond office hours. That's the essence of working professionals program of AICTE program. Another one, I've launched it, but yet it has to be starting. It's called proficiency. See, I got this word from Indian Institute of Science, evening programs, okay? What it does is now I'm throwing open all good skill courses in all engineering colleges to anybody. Anybody means retired person, housewife, industry person who has flexible to attend regularly full-time class. It is not a degree. No degree will be given. It is only certification programs. For example, take an example. You have one course on Python programming. So I have housewife want to do Python programming or intellectual property, right? Which want to do a course. She can find a nearby college where this course is offered in a regular class. So there she goes and sits. So we are allowing all the colleges to have 10% supernumerary seats for such certificate programs. So certificate will be given by AICTE, that college, and if it is NSQF aligned, Skill India logo also will be there. So all three will give the certificate so they can deposit into Academic Bank of Credit, anybody. So look at the scale at which we can do this. See, that means any course in engineering, diploma can be done with 6. That means what it brings advantage, you have to look at it. So I was very emphatically very happy that this will bring a big change in our classrooms. So our classrooms today, particularly in India, I've taught, as I told you, I've taught outside, we will see the varied age groups of students sitting in the classroom, okay? But here in India, it is always 17 to 21 years. No other person is there, senior person, okay? So this brings 6%, for example, 60 classroom can have 10% extra, 6 students can come from a woman, okay? Working housewife, she wants to study some program, or a retired person, 80 years old also can attend this course. No, there is no age bar. And industry person who can have a flexible hours, who can attend that class in a regular time, can also sit. 6 people will be there. This brings a cultural change to our classrooms. What happens is now a senior person is going to, he will take a course, he will also write the exam, tests, everything what a regular student does, and he will also write the final exam. Okay? And if he passes, you'll get a certificate. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't get certificate. It will be, there is a fee. It is not free. It is a pro rata fee colleges will be offering to each of these courses. This proficiency course will be launched soon. Within 15 days, we are developing a portal because we want to count how many of these people take. Otherwise, it becomes uncountable because colleges will take 10% supernumerary seat very happily because they can make more money. But we would like to track them. So that's what we are developing a portal. This is a very unique program. Friends, skilling is very key, as we all know. In this disruptive world, many of us have to reskill ourselves. Otherwise, AI is already there, taking the roles of even a poet, musician, and an artist. But, such roles are always, we thought that it will be coming through your genes or you have to slog. But that roles are done at a speed with quantum computing. Professor Rao was talking about quantum computing and all. Generative AI is going to change the way we learn, we teach, and also we work. So this changes, unless all of us adopt to new world order, I don't think we'll be anywhere near because it's Bharat 2047. So AICTE has taken a pledge to create 1 crore trained AI. So we have launched the AICTE AI training mission, train teachers 1 crore. So we are tying up with many industries, top-notch companies. And I want to tell you, we have signed recently, about 6 months back, MOUs with large corporations of the world, Google, Microsoft, to train on the digital skilling. And they are not MOUs, okay? Not signing MOU and walking away. They are MOA, Memorandum of Agreements, clearly defining, and the money is coming from their companies, CSRs. CSR is putting their corporate social responsibility money has been put by those companies. And I did ask all of them because there were 7 companies, Microsoft, Google, Salesforce, and Amazon, many others. I asked them, why are you coming with your money and training our students? One word I heard, very music to my ears, and also because they said, sir, these are the talented people in India, very young people aspiring to do something. And we are all going to train them free of cost because we want to hire them. Our future employers of ours is this group because most of the countries are aging. Okay, these are the people. So if you put correct efforts today in skilling, as well as through, because as I told you, the scale is so large, just edutech companies are not enough. Universities have to do innovative programs like proficiency, working professional programs. Everything is required. Okay, otherwise we are not going to able to cater to the numbers what we are going to see in India. That's a big numbers. I'm very happy that such a very innovative thought process workshop is organized here, and very distinguished people are here. I can see the panel discussions coming was on school education. Even in school education, a lot of EdTech companies are already there. Even NEET program is not just for higher education. NEET program of AICTE is also for school education. So anybody can come and register because this is the Ministry of Education's plan, but AICTE is executing it. Okay. And then enabling innovation in higher education. I'm seeing the next panel, prospects for technology-driven learning. Definitely technology, we have to use it. And that's where our strength is. Strength of India is in creation of technologies. Believe me, the kind of public digital infrastructure what we have created, the whole world is mesmerized or even looking at us, because we are the only nation where each one of you faces an ID walking into an airplane. 30, 35 airports are already made with facial ID. No other country has. They will scan you thoroughly with 3D X-ray scanners. Okay, so this is the kind of technology, whether it is our healthcare system or even our Digi Yatras, Digi Locker, or even we can take a look at the UPI transactions, what we are doing today, nook and corner. So digital divide is a sort of a, not to worry right now, because the way we have progressed. But 3-4 technologies are going to be we need to watch out in the future. That is 6G, newer order of telecommunications, which they're going to change the way we work, and then quantum computing and the AI in generative AI. These are the areas where, and definitely AR, what Professor Rao was highlighting, augmented reality and virtual reality, the way we deliver through classroom. We have also signed an MOU with Meta in that direction. Meta is going to establish 50 laboratories in most of the AICTE institutions. AICTE is also focusing on experiential learning. Some of you may not know, 104 AICTE Idea Labs we have created, and this year we are going to announce 150. I'm very happy to tell you, we have asked for 150, but I have application 1,500. So that's the scale at which people would like to really come. So there are a lot of, I think, opportunity for all of you to interact with the experts in this session. I hope you'll have an excellent workshop. And I thank you very much for this valuable time of yours to patiently listening to me. And I hope you will carry a good memories from Heroes Hotel from Delhi back to your home. Thank you. And we are 15th August is coming. And I request all our educators, partitions, horror, we have to remember, and the new generation should know about it. Please make an exhibition at your institutions. So the guidelines and the posters, we are all sending it from the Ministry of Education to all of you. Please download them, print them, keep them, so that people should understand how partition is created, because we are seeing now wars next neighboring to us. Okay, very close to majority of you, I think I can see many of you are coming from West Bengal. We have to be worried. Okay, so we need to teach our young people on partition, and Independence Day is coming. So a happy Independence Day you in advance for August 15th. So with these few remarks, thank you very much. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. So we were waiting for Dr. Mittal to arrive. So may we please request our chairman to felicitate our esteemed speakers with this traditional ritual of giving the Uttoryo to Professor Sidharam. Sir. To Dr. Pankaj Mittal. to Professor V. Ramgopal Rao. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Pankaj Mittal to kindly deliver the special address. In that case, we would like to hand over a small memento to you, sir, from Indian Chamber of Commerce. Sir, please to give one photograph for all of you. Thank you so much, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce, especially Pooja, who is always after me that I should be a part of these deliberations. And also thanks for making AIU a partner for this particular program. The dignitaries on the dais, we are all discussing about the EdTech companies. We are discussing about the technology. You have heard former directors of IITs. So I am from the university sector. I will bring you to a little down to the universities, to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, what is happening there and how we are using technology there, and how using a technology is becoming a challenge over there. Now, my parent office is University Grants Commission. So something about, say, 3-4 years before COVID, we started with a scheme called EPG Pathshala, where we were trying to develop the e-content for the PG programs for the students, which eventually turned into Swayam. And when we started that, I will not name the chair, but that the chairman said this scheme will not work at all because our teachers are not interested in technology. Nobody is developing the e-content. Nobody is interested in learning through technology. And that was very true to a certain extent, but then we worked hard and we tried to develop e-content. But when the biggest challenge was when we used to tell teachers, the best teachers that develop e-content, they used to say, it's very easy to teach a class, but teaching a camera is a bit difficult because camera doesn't respond. We don't come to know from the student, even if the student is not speaking, the body language tells whether the student is understanding, whether the teacher and the student are on the same page or not. But the camera doesn't tell anything. So most of the teachers, even the best teachers, they used to fumble in front of the camera. They used to find it very difficult to develop e-content. And many a times they used to sit like the traditional news reader and sit in front of the camera and start speaking whatever their subject matter was. But of course, those type of lectures were not liked by the students. So what we had to do was to do the capacity building of the teachers on how to develop the e-content. And that remains a challenge till date, because developing a e-content and developing an effective e-content are two different domains. So if we have to have an effective e-content development, if we really want to use the technology for teaching learning, the first and foremost is the capacity building of the teachers to use the technology or to develop the e-content, and also the capacity building of the students to learn using technology, because I have seen many students, many teachers fumbling with the technology. So when we talk of IITs, we had 2 former directors. We are talking of higher end things. But when we talk of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, where the masses are, the problems, the issues, the realities are totally different. So first and foremost, I feel is the use of technology. And of course, we know that once the technology is used to the largest extent, like NPTEL, sir had spearheaded NPTEL. So we used to tell the students that, okay, if you did not get admission in IIT, don't worry. The IIT professor will come to your home and teach you at your convenient time on your laptop. Because all the IIT professor lectures were on the NPTEL, thanks to IITs who developed the NPTEL, and thanks to the technology which brought those lectures to the students. So this is the use of the technology. Once edX chairperson Anant Agarwal, he was speaking in a conference in IIM Bangalore, I suppose. And he said, I was standing in the Delhi airport. One student came running and he came and touched his feet. He says, what happened? He says, sir, I got a job because of you. He says, I have never met you. How can you get a job because of me? He says, sir, I did 10 courses from EdTech. I went for an interview in Tech Mahindra. There were students from many, many good institutions. I was from an average institution. But my knowledge base was such that I was selected, they were not selected. So this is the, I should say, the power of technology. That when you use technology, when you use it for your personal gain, for learning, for knowledge gaining, for knowledge creation, it really matters. So that is how we should be using technology. Especially I'm more and more worried about the universities. I am representing right now Association of Indian Universities, which is the largest association of universities in the world. We have 1,022 universities as our members. So when we meet our vice chancellors, everybody has an intent to use the technology. Everybody has an intent to do a lot of internationalization, for example. But the only struggle is how to do it, how to take it forward, how to find good partners, how to adopt technology, or even when I talk of internationalization. So I sitting there, I was just jotting down that how technology can change the landscape of higher education in our country. And I mean, there will be many, many points, and I'm sure most of you would be knowing most of the points. But when you say line it up, or when you say write, like I was thinking of 10 points in which technology can be helping our institutions, especially the university sector and the college sector. First and foremost is the access to higher education. Like Dr. Sitaraman spoke about the GER. We have the GER of 27. We intend to reach 50% by 2035. Can we reach this type of GER without the use of technology? No. So that is why the government is coming up with the online programs. All the universities which are A grade are eligible to now run online programs. The National Digital University is coming up. We are talking of ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. This is all for increasing the access to education. But again, if we want to do it, we have to do the capacity building. Capacity building is, I think, the most important thing. Second, of course, quality of education. Right now, we don't have good teachers in, say, remote areas, backward area colleges, border area colleges. But with the use of technology, we can take the good teachers online to these places and improve the quality of education. We can be reducing the language barrier. Language barrier is something which whole world is talking about. And in India, it is much more because we are a multilingual country and there are many languages all across India. So AICT has developed a tool called Aduvadini, which can convert from one language to another, not only the text, but also the voice. So the technology is very, very beneficial in removing these language barriers. Then personalized learning. We all know that our classes are very big, 100, 200, 300 types classes are there. And the teacher is teaching from the perspective of an average student. So now even the Coursera and all, they have come out with the personalized learning, the teaching a student at the level the student is. So the student who is learning very fast, he can go on a fast pace. The student who is learning very slow, they can go on a slow pace. But that is again possible through technology and AI. Lifelong learning, again, everybody spoke about. Right now, we cannot say that we can stop our education with the program which we are enrolled in or the institution in which we are registered. It has to go lifelong because the technology is changing so fast. Sometimes it is said that by the time we take admission and by the time we come out, say after 4 years, the technology is completely changed. So lifelong learning, again, technology can be very, very helpful in that. Assessment and evaluation. The National Education Policy has spoken about different ways of assessment and evaluation. It has specially said the 3-hour examination at the end of the semester or the year is not the right way of assessing and evaluating. And we all saw during COVID time how difficult it became to assess the students based on that 3-hour examination, whether it was proctored or unproctored. It was, I mean, both ways it was very difficult. So how to do the continuous assessment and evaluation of students? Again, technology is something which can help us in that. Then, like we talk of banks are coming to our homes rather than we going to the banks. Similarly, in future, universities and colleges are going to come on your mobile. They have come to a large extent because many online programs are there. So ease of learning. So ease of learning using technology is something which will again benefit. Then change in pedagogy, like the lecture method in which most of the Indian universities are teaching. We all know that that is not the best method. So how to go into flipped classroom model of learning, which most of the foreign countries are using, which the national education policy is advocating. Again, technology has to play a very big role in that, because using technology only you can give the teaching material, whether in the video form or audio form, or maybe links to various sites to the students. Then only you can use the flipped classroom model. So change in pedagogy, learning is to learn and learn in a different manner. That is, again, technology is going to change. And one very important thing is alumni database. So alumni database, many universities are not able to keep to that extent to which it is required. Now I'll just give you an example. We went to a women conference, which was on women leadership. And we were saying that at the level of, say, assistant professor, the number of women is around 48%. At the level of associate professor, the women is around 37%. At the level of professor, it is around 27%. But when we talk of vice chancellors, it becomes 7%. And on the contrary, when you see any convocation, the prize winners, medal winners, first rank holders are all women. Very, very, means sometimes if a boy comes, everybody claps for him, that now a boy is also as a front runner. So when all the gold medalists and all the first rank holders are women, where do all these gold medalists go? Why don't we find more of them in the leadership position? Why only we have 7% of the vice chancellors as women? So we wanted to do a research on this, trying to find the alumni, the trajectory of these alumni, so that we know where all of them are going and where they are dropping off, why they are not able to reach the top positions. But then we realized many of our universities do not have that type of alumni database where we can sort of see that which woman is going where. I mean, to a certain extent it is there, but for say 20, 30 years, because after 30 years only they'll reach the top position, we don't have that type of a database. But technology can certainly help us in having that type of a database. And lastly, internationalization. So when COVID struck, everybody thought that internationalization is now a thing of the past. It will be very difficult to do internationalization. But slowly we realized that internationalization after COVID has become cost effective, time effective, resource effective, because now we have technology to do internationalization in a much faster pace, in a much more effective manner. So these are some of the uses. There'll be 100 more uses, I'm sure, but I was just listing, so I just listed 10 uses. But my only take is that to use the technology to the maximum, we just need two things. One is to remove this digital divide. Dr. Sitaram said that digital divide is sort of slowly being removed, but then we have a long way to go. Removing digital divide, but more important than that is capacity building. Even if we have equipments, even if we have network, if the capacity building is not there of the teachers, of the students, of the staff of the university, this technology will not be used to its maximum level. So capacity building is the key, and where EdTech companies can play a very important role. At AIU, we have opened, say, something like 42 AADCs, that is Academic and Administrative Development Centers, in which we are training the teachers or researchers or say staff on how to use the technology for teaching, learning, for research, for governance. So these type of more centers, I think, are required. If any of you wants to collaborate with any of the AADC centers of AIU, you are more than welcome. So thank you very much, and happy learning to everybody, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you especially for the last wish of happy learning. We need to all learn continuously. So may I also now request our chairman, sir, to felicitate our esteemed speakers. We will start with Dr. Mittal. Thank you, ma'am, for taking your time out of your busy schedule and be with us. Our sincere thanks to Professor V. Ramgopal Rao. Sir, I have been bothering you since long for your time. Thank you, sir. May I now request Chairman, sir, to kindly felicitate our summit chairman, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu. I would request Professor Rao to felicitate our chairman, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, may I request Ms. Ina Bose, Director, Industry Relations and Center for Entrepreneurship Development, IPR, Innovation and Incubation, Sister Nivedita University, Techno India Group, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pooja. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the concluding portion of today's inaugural program. So as we conclude this fourth ICC EdTech Summit, it is my privilege to extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed in making this event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Professor T.G. Sitharam, Chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education, for gracing us with his presence and sharing his invaluable sights. His words have truly set the tone for this summit, inspiring us to explore the transformative power of EdTech in shaping the future of education and enterprise. It is a privilege to convey our sincere thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani and former Director of IIT Delhi, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Raja Ramanna Chair, Professor Jadavpur University, and Honorary Distinguished Professor of Sister Nivedita University. And of course, Mr. Shattam Rai Chaudhary, Sir, Chairman and the ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training. He's the Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University and Chancellor of Techno India University, Tripura, and of course, former founder, Managing Director of Techno India Group. Sir, your presence and contributions have greatly enriched our discussions, and we are deeply grateful for your commitment to advancing education through technology. I would also like to extend our gratitude to all the esteemed panelists and speakers who will be joining us in the sessions that will follow. Your expertise and perspectives are crucial in guiding us toward realization of the vision of EdTech for lifelong learning, empowering education and enterprise, Vision 2030. To all the delegates, participants, and attendees, your engagement and enthusiasm are what make this summit truly meaningful. We are thankful for your active participation and eagerly anticipate your continued involvement in the discussions and deliberations ahead. We have heard about the critical role of technology in expanding access to quality education, lifelong learning, continuous learning, the importance of innovation in higher education, and the significant impact of public-private partnerships in driving comprehensive education and entrepreneurship. The need for continuous learning and the integration of EdTech into our educational and professional systems have been emphasized, reminding us of the journey ahead. Virtual labs are also gaining momentum, providing students with realistic lab experiences in a risk-free learning environment. EdTech has embraced personalization, tailoring learning experiences to individual student needs, and bridging the gap by offering educational content in regional languages, empowering students in their native tongues, and making learning more accessible and effective for a wider experience. As a job market evolves, traditional degrees may not always equip individuals with the necessary skills for the future. EdTech has the potential to play a crucial role in upskilling and reskilling the workforce, offering a vast library of courses and certifications in emerging fields and empowering individuals to adapt and thrive in a changing job landscape. However, while EdTech offers immense potential, affordability remains a concern for many students. The future of EdTech must prioritize inclusivity through free models, scholarships, and government initiatives that make quality EdTech resources accessible to students from all socioeconomic backgrounds. As we move forward with the sessions during the day, let us keep in mind the popular phrase, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. The journey we embark on today is not just about adapting to technological advancements, but about empowering individuals and communities through lifelong learning, fostering innovation, and driving inclusive growth. In conclusion, thank you once again to everyone who has made this inaugural session a success. Together, let us harness the power of EdTech to create a brighter, more inclusive future for all. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, I take this opportunity to thank IEM UEM, Wadhwani Foundation, Adamus Tech Consulting, the GIS Group, Ruby Park Public School, and Sister Nivedita University for their valued support towards organizing this timely and relevant summit. A special heartfelt thanks to Association of Indian Universities to support this initiative. Thank you and wish you a fruitful and engaging summit ahead. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. We are through with the inaugural session. So we will move on and get ready for the next panel discussion on school education. Would request our speakers to just for one more photograph together. Inadi, please join. No. Thank you so much. We will take a break for 10 minutes and gather back for our session, School Education, Expanding Access to Quality Education and Skill Development through EdTech Solutions, Promoting Inclusive Learning Landscape.
सही तो है। ठीक है ठीक है।
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start with the next panel discussion in another 2 minutes' time. May I request all the participants to please take your seat inside the hall. We would like to take this opportunity to inform all my esteemed delegates that as a gesture of appreciation, we have a small lucky draw post the session. After the third session, where we will share with you gift vouchers. So look forward to having you all, and also our staff would circulate with a poll for the green tag that we would like to collect to conduct the draw. We start with our next panel, School Education, Expanding Access to Quality Education and Skill Development through EdTech Solutions, Promoting Inclusive Learning Landscape. May I request Dr. Pavan Kumar Sharma, Chief General Manager, Digital Education System, ETSIL India Limited, to sir kindly be on stage. Late yesterday evening, Dr. Bhardwaj had informed that he has medical exigency at home, hence he could not make it today here. May I request Dr. Monalisa Ball, Chairperson, KIIT International School, Bhubaneswar, to kindly be on stage, ma'am. Mrs. Moshami Mahapatra, Principal, Ruby Park Public School, Kolkata. Ma'am, please join. Mr. Sayyid Mahmood, Education Specialist on EdTech, UNICEF. Mr. Mahmood, kindly join. Dr. Bhavna Taragi is on her way. She will soon join us. Once she joins, she will just be on dais. So, Dr. Sharma, over to you for the session to proceed. Thank you.
Is it audible? Thank you very much. And thanks to Pooja Madam. And a very good afternoon to everyone. I mean, as you know, the topic for this panel discussion is primarily focusing around EdTech, but it covers both the learning space and the skill development. So that's the way I think things are moving in the country, and we have very eminent panelists out here, and I would request that each of the panelists to introduce themselves, and then subsequently we will take up the session individually, looking forward to their views on these topics and make it more interactive so that we can have certain sessions to be clarified, our questions to be clarified among the people, and just come out with a rational how EdTech is moving into the country, how EdTech is on the ground, and what is the changes it is bringing in the whole school education system. So that is the whole objective of this discussion. And I think I'll start with Madam Mosmi, which she can introduce herself about and probably say a few words about this topic from her heart so that we understand her perspective, how the EdTech, most of the people you are from the EdTech industry, and we have seen after the COVID, a surge of EdTech rollout into the country, whether it is the international space or Indian space, into the school education system. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Respected co-panelists on the dais and in front of me as well. It's a great opportunity to collaborate and to discuss, I believe, about a topic very close to my heart: expanding access to quality education and skill development through EdTech solutions and promoting inclusive learning landscape. Now, this topic, I would like to break it up into three segments mainly. Number one is expanding access to quality education, Second one, skill development. What are we doing? Third, promoting inclusive learning in schools. Because we all believe that school is the first and the foremost, most important place where a good number of years are being shaped. When we talk about access to quality education, it's very important for us to try to devise strategies, means to reach out to each and every corner of the country. Definitely, free learning text content is being developed. Textbooks, initiatives by the government are accessible. When we talk about the skill development, CBSE in particular has been on the forefront and has offered a lot of vocational subjects which children can take up even in the 10th and the class 12 level as well. Who thought that coding will be taught from class 6 to 8? But that's done now. Class 8 gives children have access to data science, and the course is being developed by Microsoft, and children can collaborate on Make Code platform. When we talk about 9, 10, 11, 12, we have got artificial intelligence. And there the syllabus is being developed by IBM and many other edutech partners as well. Because AI, edtech, technology is here to stay. How we make the most out of it, there lies the challenge. Third, when we talk about inclusive learning, in my close to 3 decades of teaching in this education sector, the one thing that I always believe in, and I know everyone here will resonate with the same thought, every child is unique. So how can the solution be same? Solution has to be unique as well. When we talk about special children, it's very important and pertinent for us to understand what exactly is the problem and how are we going to address it. So when we talk about a child having some problem in text or in speech, it's very important for us to understand, is the child an audio learner, visual learner, kinesthetic learner? Accordingly, the solution, be it in the class or edtech, has to be developed, and we need to reach out to the child. Just having school counselors or special educators or having interactive system won't help. Most important is for us to empower the teachers who work on the ground to make them understand the relation and to bridge the gap between the technology and the classroom. Again, here CBSE has played a great role. We have got Center of Excellence throughout the country. Today, anybody, any teacher in any part of the country can enroll themselves for any other topic in any part of the country. I may be teaching chemistry. I'm interested in learning something about coding. I can enroll myself to a school or some resource person in Rajasthan. That's the best part. So when we talk about skill education, vocational courses also, children having taken up +2 science, arts, or science, for example, physics, chemistry, mathematics, is doing a skill-based learning in painting, entrepreneurship today. And the best part is CBSE has also allowed that the best of 5 subjects, when we talk about the final percentage, these skill-based subjects have got equal weightage. And later on, if the child wishes to pursue or make a career in any of these courses, can do so without being limited to a particular stream. So the landscape of education, the horizon has expanded. We have got a lot of people, lot of collaboration happening in the school sector. But again, the challenge lies in making it accessible, affordable to everyone across the country. When we talk about NEP 2020, the goal is very simple, very straight, equitable, and education for all, making education accessible for all. And that is also in sync with United Nations Sustainable Goal Development number 4. We all talk about that. And that is where the heart of school education lies. When we talk about EdTech collaborations in school, the best part is we are not limiting it only to the classroom, expanding it to different other sectors, stakeholders, for example, collaborating with softwares, Lipsys, Koha, and all, making so that the child sitting at home comfort has access to the storybooks and the entire library. When we talk about advantages of EdTech platforms in our country, this is true that it has brought the whole nation together, closer, crossing across social, physical barriers, cost effective definitely, and making and adding valuable additions to our class. The classroom teaching is no longer restricted only to chalk and the board. But yes, there is no replacement of the chalk and the board and the teacher. We need to learn to make AI and this technology on assistive levels. The best part is to use it as an assistive tool, but it can never empower or replace a teacher in the classroom. And that is where we need to teach, to empower the teachers also. When we talk about capacity building programs, it's important for us to empower the teachers also how to use technology, AI, and the other edtech solutions to our advantage, to the advantage of each and every child. And what better place other than the school? Because school is a place where we see so many children. The challenges are immense, but then the rewards are equally beautiful and long-lasting. And that makes our life worthwhile. The National Education Technology Forum has recommended employing EdTech solutions through app-based learning. So today we have Diksha, Swayamprabha channels, where one class, one channel. We have the Nishtha modules, then e-Pathshala, Vidyadan. Lot of Government of India initiatives are also there in collaboration. Even today, CIT and CBSE, they collaborate and they have offered so many online teaching classes, training classes to teachers, be it in terms of special educators or in terms of adult literacy programs as well. When we talk about foundation literacy, lot of help from the technology sectors have actually come in today's time. But here again, making it more inclusive into the classroom scenario is where the main challenge lies, because India, multilingual and diversity, unity amidst diversity is what we stand for. So accordingly, the solutions also, as a teacher from heart, I would really like to see envisage a country where each and every child's requirement is being met, because the challenges will be immense for sure. When we talk about the roadmap ahead, beautiful collaboration is happening across different spectrums in higher education for sure. In school level also it's happening. But we need to also see promoting talent, affordability, assessment techniques are also developed nowadays. Literally, EdTech solutions have gone into each and every part of the school diaspora. But then utilizing it without we being heavily dependent on that is where the challenge mainly lies. We don't want children to grow up with shallow knowledge, because technology can be highly empowering also. So it's also important to build a gap, a bridge between the parent community. So it's no longer the student, the teacher, and the school. We also have two more important stakeholders now added: parent and the technology. How to integrate all together to build one happy space. CBSE talks about happy classrooms. Let's create happy teachers. Happy teachers, happy classrooms, happy school, happy society. That's the most important part. And I believe a lot of good work is happening across different sectors. We wish to see much more of involvement at different levels, be it Balvatika level, primary, secondary, senior secondary, because the scope is still there. Challenges we do have, because we are a very diverse country. And that makes our life and our challenges and our happiness all the more important. We all have to work towards one happy school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Mosmi. Actually, you brought out two important points from this discussion. Actually, a technology cannot be a replacement of the teacher. That is very important point that you have brought out, because if you be in the school education, you have to connect with the students, and the connection with the student, which can be made by a good teacher who wants to engage their students in the class. And second important point that you have brought it is about the capacity building. That is more important because technology tools cannot replace a teacher. So the teacher should be able to use those tools effectively in their pedagogy. So these are the two important things which I could see from your message. But I would look forward and come back to you after some time to understand, because you are a principal in a school. I just want you to understand practically how you have implemented those EdTech tools in your school so that the audience understands these tools have been effectively being utilized, because every school is spending a huge amount of investment on EdTech, whether it is worth it or not. These are the few questions that will come back to you. But I think now I will move on to again to Dr. Mona Lisa, Madam. She is also chairperson in the school perspective, and I would like to request her to speak on the skill part also, because that is also a part of our discussion, so that the complete landscape of learning solutions can be discussed from her also.
Good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. Well, before I introduce myself, my question is AI and curriculum or AI as the curriculum? This is a huge question which we have to solve as educationists, as school, those who are running schools, as from the government, teachers and parents, students, of course. So I come from KIT International School, Bhubaneswar, KIIT, KISS is our parent body. And I come across a lot of tribal students because of KISS, which hosts about, houses about 30,000 tribal students. And also I'm personally invested with 200 special education needs children, those who are mentally disabled, not physically, but mentally. So they're the kind of skill which is required for these children to elevate themselves with a curriculum which is yet to be formed, not there. So AI, when we talk about AI, and some months back when GPT got launched, GPT-4 got launched, there was a lot of hue and cry about students cheating, students doing this, students doing that, and whatnot. Actually, teachers got very, very worried about the development of the students. But my question is, what is it that we can do to elevate ourselves and complement AI to support our students and support us? It's not about we replace anybody, but with internet 2 decades back, we had internet coming into our life. Now it's AI coming into our life, generative artificial intelligence. So how do we take the maximum, how do we make it, we maximize its effectiveness? Nothing will get replaced, we'll go with it. It's poised to be in our daily lives. Now, how do? We don't have a proper curriculum there. We don't have professional development there. We don't have training there. Most of the schools do not have computers at the first place in the classroom. Till grade 10, we are still in a curriculum which is working on a question answer model and straight question answers. It's not even out of the box. It's not even out of the box. So are we in a position to challenge AI? No, I don't think so. Because AI is very intelligent and our children are further more intelligent. It's we who are kind of taking a backseat because we do not want to move out of our comfort zone to make a curriculum which will reach their true potential. Thank you.
That's okay, I have. Thank you, Madam Mona Lisa. What I think the perspective of AI, again, because that is going to transform the things. You know, I mean, in the industry 4.0, 5.0, which is the highest paid jobs in the country or internationally. Anybody can answer me that, you know, how the job scenario has transformed and how AI is going to play an important role. That is the perspective you have brought it. But as far as see that the job scenario from the traditional job, now you see the influencers on YouTube, influencers on, I mean, there are many segments influencers are working and they are the highest paid people. And it's not that you have to be very, very out of the league. You have to be, you have to be sensitive towards your audience. You have to be sensitive towards, it's not the AI which is going to replace from my perspective, but knowledge of AI and its applications from the student's perspective is very important. It's because in future, the whole database, if you want to, because it's a response to the time, that is more important. And if you can respond quickly and people want that, yes, this is the outcome, this is the thing which the student is bringing, they will be the better placed people in the skill and they have a better skills. So skills from the AI perspective is very important. And that is what I think many UNICEF is also getting into that picture, and it is involving itself into various state governments. And I would request Mr. Sayam Mahmood to share his views from both skill perspective, only AI also, plus the other new technologies, new edtech things which are happening in school education system. So that we understand what are the things which are coming into the country from the international organization UNICEF. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sayam Mahmood. I'm Education Technology Specialist at the UNICEF office in Delhi. I am that person that gets called when people say, "Hame technology needs." I think a lot of your institutions, would have seen people like that, and it's not their fault. I think a lot of people embrace technology, in the middle or the later stages of their career. And today they hold the key to the transformation of education. So it's extremely important for us to work with everyone and understand and empathize, I think, with what's happening. Now, I think before we deep dive into schools, I think two things are important for us. One is, let's look at the overall system of education in India. That is one thing I would like to present. And the other thing is the life cycle of a student and their journey of education. So talking about the education system, India is one of the largest education systems in the world, as you know, with more than 250 million children that are part of different educational institutions. We have over 14.8 or almost 15 lakh schools across the country. We have about 1 crore teachers, right? So when you look at these numbers and we understand the challenges that are there, I think at all levels, whether it's access, whether it's quality, whether it's governance, we understand there are challenges in addressing such a large system. And can technology be an enabler in this? We think yes. A good example is, the inclusion of almost 50 crore, financial inclusion of 50 crore people in a record time, right? How was that possible? That was possible through a very smart use of technology, I think, in the financial space. And the key game changer there was eKYC, right? If you had to open bank accounts for 50 crore people, imagine, the brick and mortar approach of them, reaching all those people, going to the bank branch, presenting all the documents, etc. But one small game changer actually called the eKYC, which is of course enabled by Aadhaar and biometric identification, enabled the financial inclusion of 50 crore people. So when we are looking at a large system like India, can we look at game-changing interventions? And can we look at those game-changing interventions to be able to address the challenges of our education system? What are the challenges of our education system? I think apart from the size, we also have a huge diversity. We have 60 national boards. We have education systems in 20 languages in India. And a foundational study was done recently. And what does this mean? That 20 languages, we are running education systems in India, where the entire medium of instruction is a different language. So there are 20, you can imagine, think of it as like 20 different systems within India. So this is a massive challenge here. Now I want to just come to the other part of, tracing the life cycle of a student. A student starts, at age 3 to start going to the Anganwadi. We know that at those early years, there is a challenge of only 50% children actually have any kind of preschool education before they come to grade 1. What does that do? We have, I think now the evidence, there is very clear evidence that children who have preschool education, whether in the form of Anganwadi or whether in the form of any kindergarten nursery, have a significant improvement across their, not only their academic, but even their financial sort of situation once they move on. So preschool is extremely critical. So can we use technology as a way, at least find one game-changing intervention for, improving the sort of preschool education enrollments as well as the overall education system. Then let's look at child when they reach grade 1. The minute they reach grade 1, 2, 3, a lot of you may know the whole Nipun Bharat approach on foundational learning. Foundational literacy and numeracy are again a very critical moment in a student's journey, because if the student is able to grasp and attain that kind of proficiency that is required, they are able to sort of continue successfully across their academic life. But if they lag behind there, let's say a child is not able to read properly, agar wo padi nahi payega, to fir wo, then there is nothing else that they will grasp. So it's critical, and that's a game-changing sort of moment in a student's life. Can we look at technology effectively to help children achieve that? Then once they reach the secondary grades, in terms of child development, we know that, I think a lot of you are experts here. There is one more opportunity for us to sort of address the child with the life skills, or what we call transferable skills, because of the opening of the frontal cortex. I think once again, there is a lot of change that is happening in child when they are like 13, 14 years. And again, it presents an amazing opportunity for us to at least support children with remedial or catch-up learning in case something has been left behind. Can we think of technology as a game-changing sort of, intervention there? And then moving beyond, I think as they reach their adulthood, I think in improving their career opportunities. So I think UNICEF has 13 offices across India, and we work with state governments, which are all providing education systems in their own context, in their own languages, and supporting it in strengthening those systems by looking at game-changing interventions using technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sayam. And I think some of the interesting points that you have brought into the whole discussion is the game-changing interventions. And now, because I represent EdSil, we always look forward for the solutions from the EdTech industries. Most of the you people are from EdTech industries. The solutions which can be deployed across India. I mean, which solutions? Because almost every EdTech company is coming out with a solution. And from that EdTech perspective, they want to solve some of the problems. But which solution is applicable into the school? That is an interesting scenario which you need to understand. And there are scientific ways to evaluate that. Some of the prominent ways are technology acceptance models. That is what you have to understand. From my perspective, I have understood, because when we evaluate any product from the industry perspective, we always see two parameters from technology acceptance model, which is called ease of use and perceived usefulness. I mean, any EdTech solution which is very easy to use for the teachers, that you will see rapid deployment, rapid change and adaptation into the school level. Now you see that, I mean, the blackboard, which was earlier, is getting replaced with interactive smart boards. I mean, that is because it's very easy. Now it has become so easy for the teachers. I mean, they can write, and they can write with their fingers, and response time has also increased drastically. So over a period of time, these technology changes and interventions are the game changers, as you rightly told, Mahmood. There are other interesting EdTech events which are happening into the country, and from the user's perspective, from the school perspective, you can always go into the technology acceptance models, where you can always see that this technology to adopt into the school system. Now, I will shift the focus from the perspective of EdTech. There are a lot of solutions. There are huge content which is available across on YouTube, across a lot of libraries, lot of service providers, from the largest I mean, EdTech company, which was Baiju from the nowhere, from a Lucknow teacher who has become a physics wala into a big, almost 2,000 crore company, which is now being run from these contents are available in the market. But important parameter is when a student goes on this YouTube, they learn, they absorb a lot of information. But are they able to write when the things asked in the examination? That's what is important from the examination perspective. And I would request Dr. Bhavna to share your views. So what are the things which are happening in an EdTech perspective, and how do you enable our audience to use those EdTech? What we call is now an assessment of the student. That's very important besides the content. As you rightly told, there are 60 boards in the country, and every board is unique. But at the central level, you have CUET, which is a common platform to enter into the universities. So the board has to have an assessment system so that they prepare the students to write the CUET examination from the school level itself rather than going to the coaching institution. So the board has to transform. That is what, from the examination perspective, the assessment perspective, I would like to see your views and make the people around here aware of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pavan and all the other panelists. I am Bhavna from CISCE, the Council for the Indian School Certificate Examination. Our examination is more famous than the name of our board, so it is the ICSE and the ISC board. So, yes, although there is something that, I have thought of talking about EdTech, but I also said that I must discuss a bit about how assessments in the CISC system are utilizing EdTech, and what are our future plans, and what are our expectations from the EdTech industry, since the industry is here today. So the CISCE, when it comes to the curriculum, just a word about this, why? Because ma'am also spoke about the skill education perspective. So we are offering skill subjects. There are 22 skill subjects that can be taken up at class 9th and 10th, with our compulsory being only a language and history and civics. Rest, the flexibility lies with the students. I'll come to the uptake also of this. And secondly, at the secondary stage, we have around 14 skill subjects, again, compulsory being only one language. So there is a lot of flexibility in the board for multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies. The challenge, though, lies in the uptake. And the uptake of skill subjects, we will not say is very encouraging, even if we are offering. The reason being accessibility. Yes, EdTech is offering a lot of solutions, but when it comes to skill education, when we speak about experiential learning, I think skill is about hands-on training. So even though EdTech is offering a lot of solutions for this, but I do feel that they are somewhere not able to reach out, and the EdTech companies who are offering skill education need to look at a hybrid model. There has to be something which has to be offered offline also to the students for hands-on training. Otherwise, you cannot say that you've actually skilled the student on something. So one of the reasons why I think the EdTech, industries, there has been a change in, the uprising, and then you all know that the bubble has burst to some extent. And this can also be attributed to the lack of the experiential learning component. There is a difference between learning, applying learning into real life situations and simulated situations. So we have a lot of simulations that the EdTech platforms offer, but as Sam mentioned, that we are watching the content on YouTube and we are accessing it, but whether we are able to deliver it on ground, whether we are actually learning is happening or not, I think that component of experiential learning is missing. Coming on to the assessments and how CISC is utilizing EdTech for assessment. So we are going in for key stage assessments from the next year onwards. So key stage assessments are class 3rd, 5th, and 8th. We are going in for adaptive assessments, diagnostic assessments. Of all the different platforms and EdTech companies that we are now looking at to help us in this endeavor of ours, what are the things that we really need? First of all, we are looking at non-threatening gamified assessments for all students. again, the content and the context matters a lot. When the EdTech companies say that we have 1,000 questions, 5,000 questions, and randomized, appearance of those questions, whether even all of those questions are actually contextually homogeneous to our ecosystem or not, that matters to us. So CISCE does have a plan of creating our own questions and then using EdTech platforms to roll them out. That is one part. For senior secondary assessments, we are already using our monitoring services, which are there at the, we're using some EdTech to monitor the examination happening all across the country. Of course, all of our, sending of the papers, evaluation, everything is, we are using a lot of technology for that. As a board, how EdTech is going to now facilitate us in what we are planning ahead. I think adaptive assessments are something that we are really looking at, because as Maushami ma'am also pointed out and Mona Lisa ma'am also said, there is a need for differentiated instruction to happen. And that differentiated instruction is something which is, I guess, a possibility. The hope lies with EdTech. Otherwise, it is actually difficult to train those many teachers, for the teachers to handle classes full of 60 to 70 students and to give those differentiated instructions. As far as assistive technology, use of assistive technology for EdTech goes, a lot is happening outside. I would request the EdTech firms to look into things like, eye trackers, and eye tracker softwares are there, other assistive technologies. If those can be built into the platform, so if they are built in, then we are already giving a universal package for everyone, rather than doing something extra. We are cognizant, sir, that we are now talking to a generation which is AI native. And I can assume that all of us here are AI migrants. The natives are looking at the migrants to show them the way. And the way for CISCE is actually to build an AI resilient curriculum. So AI resilient does not mean that we are AI agnostic. Please do not confuse the two terms. AI resilient means that we are wanting to give them all the skills that are necessary, might not be sufficient. Beyond that, we are looking at interpersonal communication skills, collaboration skills, transcendental skills, skills that are going to allow them to be lifelong learners. So we are not AI agnostic, we are AI resilient, and all our curriculum modifications, updations, reviews, assessment practices are going to address the AI natives now. So this is our thing.
Thank you, Madam. I think you brought out very, very interesting points, which I mean, in a summary form, you brought out it's a hybrid learning environment we should move towards in the school education, where not only the education where you want to focus them for IITs or NEETs or JEEs, you should make them experiential learning perspective that you have brought it out. And that's very important because I mean, हमारे ज़माने में बोलते थे कि भाई आप एक शहर में एक स्किल सीख जाओ और उस स्किल में टॉप 3 में आ जाओ तो फिर आप सबसे बड़े बिजनेसमैन हो जाओगे। चाहे वो टेलर का स्किल ले लो, सारी लेडीज आपके पास सूट सिलवाने वहां पहुंच जाती हैं। I mean, that's the skill, probably. That's the thought process you have to focus, you have to inculcate in the school level to the students. And most of the people, I mean, parents, whether, I mean, they are just focusing on NEET, JEE. So I think these are experiential learning school can bring for the students. That's very important point. You have brought it out to the whole audience. Second important point is, I mean, experiential learning will give them a real life situation, what will happen. So that's, and from the question that I asked you from the assessment perspective, you have brought a lot of interesting points from there, and which assessments with gamification. I mean, that's the way students can engage more. I mean, as a school system, you should bring assessments with gamification. And that's the another interesting point that you have brought it out into this discussion. And these are the few points from all the eminent panelists who have brought out their views. And thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce, because I mean, such a senior people who have actually practically used these type of edtech solutions in their school education are in front of you. Probably, I think they have shared their views on this topic, and to make it more interesting, and if you want to ask any of your queries from any of the panel people, I would request you can ask your queries, because I see that there's one hand which has been already raised, and but we'll leave the floor open so that if any of the points that has come out from this discussion, you can ask and then we can share your views. Yes, please. I hope we are not going.
Go fast, please.
Against the time. There's a hard time also. We are, so we probably, people have to ask quickly and, yeah.
I'm J.K. Bhatti, ex-additional general manager from Rights. I have run in Rights for 35 years. My question is on artificial intelligence. We have discussed about capacity building and artificial intelligence, but my question is a little bit different from this topic. I will give you one example. If you see Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking, they have used only 10% and 8% of their brain, and they have done wonders in the universe. Now, why I'm asking this question? There is one of the possibility that if we are using, I will come only, I will, no,
running out of the time.
no, I will focus only my question. My question is, if we are only dependent on the artificial intelligence and automated systems, in the longer run, there are chances that it will reduce the human skills, capabilities, and decision-making and problem solving. How do you see after 50 years, if we are totally dependent on the artificial intelligence and the automatic system, will it affect after 50 years?
No, sir, I understand your question is how artificial intelligence will become after 50 years, what will be? But none of the panelists has told that artificial intelligence as a replacement for education. And artificial intelligence is a phenomenal change. Where
It will,
but it has to be an enabler, but I would request, that is what the panelists have told. But your perspective, if I ask your question is, what will happen after 50 years? What will be the scenario with using AI after 50 years? That is your question? Okay, so I request one of the...
So just adding one line.
I think Madam has focused on AI, so I would ask Madam one. She was the one.
Yeah, for me, AI and curriculum is the same thing. So I will take this privilege to answer. 50 years back, we had the big computer. 2 decades back, we had the internet revolution. We didn't know what AI at that point of time. Now we have AI, but we don't know what's going to happen after 50 years. My thing is like AI should complement the learning teaching scenario with revisited goals, revised assessment, and redesigning teaching and learning process, keeping AI in mind. Our questions, the assessments that we have, it lacks real life problems. It lacks conceptual clarity. It lacks objectivity. It lacks outcome. What are we testing our students for? To be prepared after 50 years, or to be prepared now with the AI around us? That is the thing, that we have to be in the moment. We have to have best practices for our teachers, for our students, for our parents, for the schools, for the entire infrastructure and the government policy. Then only the entire edutech people, those who are handling edutech for curriculum, teachers, they have to be also coming to the fold of designing the curriculum. Students need to be also understood what kind of assessment we need to have so that AI complements the learning, not replace. You can ask a simple question, find out the literacy rate of every state. Your question stops there. But why do I need to find out the literacy rate of every state? To understand the human resource development of every state. Our question stops in between. We do not push our children to be critical thinkers, whereas AI is giving them the short answers, the correct answers. As teachers, we have to think way above, and we have to make our curriculum interesting. and also take the support of AI.
Perfect. I think that was
Sir,
question.
just to
We
add
have
2 more
only one
lines.
more question, and
Sir,
after
I'll just
that,
add on
you
something.
can interact individually because they are the people who have immense knowledge. We'll have one more question from the audience, and that's all. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to add something to what ma'am said.
Okay.
Just to supplement the point. Yes, sir.
No, no, okay, fine. You can ask the question, and then madam will answer, add on to that also. No problem.
No, my question is to all the panelists. You have talked about inclusive things, you have talked about special children, you have not talked about underprivileged children. And the picture you have painted about the education is not that is what is on the ground. You go to the villages, go to the panchayat, go to small cities. There is one teacher with 500 students. I have visited so many schools in Uttarakhand, Bihar, Jharkhand. 500 students, only one teacher. And that is and when I say, how you have managed 500 children, he said, what should I do? I have written so many letters, nobody bothers to find the letter. No, the quality of education, you are talking about AI, you are talking about this thing. Even chalk and board are not available, desks are not available in the rural area. What we are talking, how you will bring that crores of persons living in those rural areas, existing area, to bring them at the power of the student in Calcutta, in Kanpur, in Delhi, big cities.
Sir, appreciate, but what is your specific question?
No, my specific question is also, you were talking about AI.
No, sir, what is your question? Let's keep it. We talked about a lot of things, but what is your question so that they can answer that?
No, my question is, you are talking about that AI and everything, the technology. This AI and simple things are not available in that. What is the use of talking AI?
बाबूजी, आपसे एक गुजारिश है कि मेरे को आपका क्वेश्चन क्या है वो बता दीजिए. अंडर प्रिविलेज के लिए क्या है? आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट, आई थिंक नहीं देखिए, मैं इस पे बहुत सारी चीज बोलता हूँ, बट मैं पैनलिस्ट को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ. मिस्टर महमूद इज देयर फ्रॉम यूनिसेफ. हाउ ही इज एंगेज्ड इन योर उत्तरांचल, सर? There are interesting things which are happening. So he will explain to what is happening for underprivileged. It is not that it cannot be transformed in a day. It's a very massive system, sir. As you said that there are 15 lakh schools. There are remote areas. To reach that technology to that place also is not easy. But there are things which are changing. There are things which are happening. So I think I would request from eminent person from UNICEF to share his views, and then from the government perspective, I can tell it to you offline. You can meet me, sir.
So thank you for raising this agenda. I think as a child rights-based organization that really works on the ground, not just in India but across the world, including places which have even more severe challenges than India. This is a significant issue. And I think that's why I think I started. I don't know if you were there during my intervention, but I did start by speaking about the size of the challenge in India and the education system, and also the key challenges. So instead of let's say generalizing that there is nothing out there, I broke it down, and we also try to understand it in this sense that what are the key challenges. And again, you are absolutely right that it cannot be about technology. It has to be about children, and it has to be about education. And therefore, I think if we think of technology as an enabler for us to overcome challenges, then I think there is an opportunity for us to see, can technology help us address the scale? That is, the scale of the problem is very large. To give you one example, I think when we look at teacher training, right? Teacher training, when we have 1 crore teachers, and let's say you want to introduce a new subject, new topic, can technology and effective digital learning, आपने ठीक बोला, devices नहीं है, technology नहीं है, but we know the data point that every teacher has a mobile, has a smartphone almost, to a large extent we can say. Anganwadi workers did not have. So the government is providing them with a mobile phone, but primary school, secondary school teachers, they have mobile phones. So can we leverage the Diksha platform, which has been designed as a platform by the government that can scale up at population level? So it can actually take up 250 million or 25 crore connections at the same time. So the platform is built in a robust way like that. And can we then look at technology as a game changer for these kind of specific interventions that we can transform, that can help us transform the system? But you are absolutely right. Maybe it's too early for us to think about AI for every child, but I think the approach could be that we look at these frontier technologies as way of solving our educational challenges rather than actually, just introducing in the curriculum and just introducing for every child. Okay.
So with your
Can I-
permission, sir.
Sir, thank you very much, but I think आप मेरे से मिलिए sir. We implement these type of solutions, and where is a single teacher, how we enable it. Those solutions we implement from the HL perspective. मैं बताऊँगा. I think panelists have made it very engaging session and interesting for everyone. I see a lot of hands are still raised, but I think we are hard pressed on time. In fact, my panelists are asking me to seek more time to explain it to you, but I leave this to Pooja.
Sir, there is one more question that we can entertain.
Okay, but before that, I think Madam wants to say two
Yes.
more words on the two questions. So I will just give her a chance, and then you can ask the question.
Thank you.
I leave it to Pooja, Madam, if you want to increase my time, that's okay.
Now, just I wanted to add two more points to what Madam Monalisa Bal told few minutes back. We are not talking about any forceful AI-driven classroom at all. We are talking about blended learning, number one. Number two, when we talk about an interactive board in a classroom, please don't imagine just a TV or an interactive board. There is a green board covering it. The green board is very much there, because the dimension of the green board and the learning that can happen on a green board, no interactive board can suffice. And third thing is, when we talk about, the point is very well accepted and taken, sir, that what we have been telling for the last few minutes, that India is a diverse land where opportunities are immense, challenges are there, but the solutions are also immense, because we are a strong-willed population and nobody can beat that. Having worked in Northeast for more than 11 years, I have visited the remote places of Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Sikkim, and other places as well. So I do feel, I can very well understand the connect and the difficulties that somebody in a remote place can have, a child having there. And then ma'am is working with KISS. So 30,000 children, tribal children, every day coming from different parts of the place, and then seeing that they grow into global citizens. So definitely we have a teacher community whose head and heart is in the right place. And that is the beauty of our education system. We need to empower them. I'm sure positive and only positive changes will come across to make this world a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mosmi Madam. I think you brought out certain important points, but I think we have the last question from the audience. And I would request, please pause your questions for some more time, and individually you can interact with all the eminent panelists which Indian Chamber of Commerce has brought it to for discussion. But that's, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting discussion. And I want to direct this question to Bhavna ma'am, but it's open to any of the other panelists as well. I'm wondering about the state of gifted education in India. Certain students who would want an accelerated curriculum or want to cover a larger breadth of topics. This is very popular in different countries, but I haven't seen any such programs in schools within India. Every student is bounded by the curriculum for that particular grade. And I'm wondering if education or EdTech has a role to play in this in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to share with everyone that the National Credit Framework speaks very specifically about accelerated education, accelerated curriculum, accelerated learning pathways. So we are waiting for the policy to come in now. Definitely the government is looking at the gifted education program, the PM Group program, which is there. And once the policy guidelines come out, there are structured pathways for children who are gifted and talented. And we, as the boards, we are going to get the directions from the ministry as to how we are going to be able to support them. Definitely, EdTech is going to play a very vital role, is already playing when it comes to adaptive learning. So that's what I mentioned earlier also. When we do adaptive assessments, a child who's able to, show competency at a particular level is taken on to further assessments at a higher level also. And the teacher who gets a report of the whole class is able to see where this particular student is going and what more he is engaging with. In our systems, we do have the project-based assignments. That's a very vital part of our curriculum. And we have allowed children to send us projects. I'm talking about the secondary stage and the senior secondary stage, projects that are at a higher level of competency than the rest of the class also. As far as grading of these particular and giving them something extra goes, I think the school education and the higher education institutes need to build some kind of synergy. As of now, in our country, we are having some supernumerary seats for the gifted students who are doing certain projects with Google, Intel, Wipro. They do some projects, they get some credits, and they can get a few seats in few AICTE recognized institutions. But the synergy, the bridging between the school education and the higher education is required to really implement this. And that's a very valid point. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think we can come to the end of this session. But to your surprise, I mean, the government, from the government perspective, because we talk internally, it's not the 2% of the students we think. We talk about 98% from perspective. So accelerated learning is going to take time. But eminent people like you have already started. There are certain schools. I keep meeting interesting people. Some of the people have opened the school. I mean, it's an open school where there is no, session like you have to attend a math class as the first subject, or all the teachers will be taking their class throughout the day. And the student can come, whether he's want to start his day with an interesting science, he can join the science class. Or if he wants to take a social science, SST, he can start the day with that because he's afraid of math class. He don't want to start the day with the maths. So there are interesting things which are happening. There are interesting programs which are happening. So, you people are the game changers. So, from the government perspective, the policies has to come. It's going to take time. But there are people who have already taken the initiatives in the school education system, and you are the part of the game. So you can bring it back. We support acceleration among the students. So that's all. Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank all the eminent panelists, and thanks Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving us the time, opportunity to express our views. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making the discussion so interesting. I would request our session chairman, Dr. Sharma, to kindly hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists. To Ms. Maushmi Mahapatra, Principal, Ruby Park Public School, Kolkata. To Dr. Mona Lisa Ball, Chairperson, KIIT International School, Bhubaneswar. To Mr. Sayyam Mahmood, Education Specialist, EdTech, UNICEF. And to Dr. Bhavna Taragi, Deputy Head, RDCD, Council for the Indian School Certificate Examinations. May I request Dr. Ball to kindly hand over the memento to Dr. Sharma. We would request everybody to please for one photograph, group photograph for the session. Thank you so much. We will take a 5 minutes changeover time, and we would right away start with the next session. enabling innovation in higher education, prospects of technology-driven learning and collaborative learning, impact of new technologies and way forward. Talking to everybody, connecting with them. Huh. Panel discussion 2 on enabling innovation in higher education, prospects of technology-driven learning and collaborative learning, impact of new technologies and way forward. We would like to proceed and go ahead with the session now. May I request Session Chairman, Professor Dr. Bishwajoy Chatterjee, Vice Chancellor, University of Engineering Management, Jaipur. Sir, please be on the dais. Professor Sridhar Iyer, Professor of Educational Technology, Interdisciplinary Program, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and President, EdTech Society. Ms. Brototi Bhattacharya, Group Director, Management Studies, JIS Group. Ma'am, kindly join us. Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, Head Domestic Marketing Network, L&T EduTech. Mr. Sharma, kindly be on the dais. Mr. Sunil Dahiya, EVP Skilling, Wadhwani Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Dahiya. Please be on stage. Over to you, Professor Chatterjee.
Good afternoon to all. Hello, am I audible? Am I audible now? Yeah. Good afternoon to you all. And I know that we are standing between the lunch and the previous session. So I will try to be very much on the point, and I'm sure the esteemed panelists over here will be covering the topic that has been given to us in the most confined, in the most compact way. So the topic is very simple: enabling innovation in higher education. And for that, how you use technology and collaborative learning, how it has been used to help the students. Very simple. When I'm the Vice Chancellor of UVM Jaipur, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee. Now, the thing is that, the thing that disturbs me the most as a teacher or as a manager in education is that when we teach in a class, often it is seen that a student who is gifted takes it easily or learns it very easily. And if he has got any problem, he or she asks a question and clarifies. Whereas the students who are not that gifted, slow learners, often feel shy to even ask questions. So often, a class which should bring all the students together at the same place, what happens is a student who is gifted becomes even better, and a student who does not understand that easily, he lags behind far too. So it differentiates. It actually does not bring the students at the same place. Now here technology can be of big use. We can use artificial intelligence to personalize the learning, to teach the students in a way he or she is comfortable with. Now we have got certain advantage. We have got certain advantage by using AI. We have used AI to some extent over here, and see that by using AI in immersive learning, by creating an immersive environment where a student, if he or she does not understand, can ask a question to an AI assistant and get an answer, or even get a video presentation of the class that has been taught to help him or her out. And in some cases, through some AI-generated, auto-generated questions pertaining to the class, the students are made to answer in an immersive environment, and the mentors in the class, mentors of that student, gets an answer, gets a list of those answers, and finds out that which student is lacking in understanding what. Now, this way, technology has really helped us. And I'm pretty sure that by doing all this, the biggest problem that occurs is that we are often creating an environment where the students sometimes get a little overwhelmed. That is this technology really something that we can grab or we can grasp? So with this, I will come to the panelists, esteemed panelists, and we are having with us Professor Sridhar Iyer, who is the Professor of Education Technology Interdisciplinary Program, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and President, EdTech Society. So it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you for. And my question to you, the first set of questions, and I will request all the panelists to keep it in 3 minutes, because there will be a second round of questions which I really want to put forward to you. So the question is, Please explain how you're using technology in imparting higher education in your institution, definitely, and we have got a lot to learn from you on that, and how you have implemented collaborative learning in your institution.
Okay. Thank you for having me here. Just to give you a quick background, so I've been a computer science teacher for 20 years and then moved to education technology. I've been in education technology for about 7 years now. So I have taught classes of size 20 to 450. Okay, so to answer this question of how all do we use technology in the classroom? So one way is to make the classroom accessible. Not all the students can come to the class all the time. So if you have a smallish class, you can always have a Google Meet open, or you can hybridize the class so students can join in. So that is providing access. That is one way in which we use technology. Another way is to use it for efficiency, where we use a learning management system. So the one that we use at IIT Bombay is Moodle, for making it more efficient to run lessons and make resources available to students. But the most interesting one is, like, if you take this point that Dr. Chatterjee made just now about there being a diversity of students in the classroom. If now you have a classroom of 450 students, right? And the ones at the back are always going to tune out. So what to do with that? So there are techniques which are really not so much focused on technology, but on education. So which is, one of them is called peer instruction, where you can have two students discuss with each other amongst themselves. Another is called think, pair, share, which is again where you can have students work in small groups of 2 or 3 and come up with ideas, design solutions, and so on. So these are some techniques which we have implemented in large classes. And also we can take these techniques into technology. Like, for example, there is a technology called Mentimeter. It's sort of like doing a poll in the classroom. So you display a QR code and it goes to the question and students can answer the question. So it doesn't really matter whether you have a class of 20 or whether you have a class of 200. You can use Mentimeter as a technology for interacting with the entire class to get to know about the class. Similarly, another very easy to use technology that we use is called Padlet, where every student can, it's like a post-it note. Everybody can put a post-it note on the wall and look at each other's post-its and comment and so on and so forth. So these are some ways in which we use technology. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I will request Madam Bratati Bhattacharya, who is the Group Director of Management Studies in GIS Group, to throw light on this topic, that how you use technology in your institution to teach the students and how you encourage collaborative learning.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee. Similar to what even Dr. Iyer has mentioned, what we do is that, we do flip a classroom. So we give the topic to the student studies and come, and, then we discuss those areas the next day. What happens is the student also gets involved in whatever will be taught in the class and does a little bit of research work. We do that. Then we do simulation. Maybe, we have these game theories, which are when we are teaching, because, we are teaching these management students. So related to finance, HR, marketing, whatever they are doing, we have these games. We collaborate with industries. Yes, when we collaborate with industries, then we give them projects. And through these projects, the students learn. Another way, what we do is, in our earlier panel, they were discussing about school students. We also focus on intelligence of students, where we try to figure out how students are learning. That means some learning analytics are taken into consideration, where we map the students, how much they are progressing, which area they are not progressing. This we do through technology. And, accordingly, what we do is that we pose our questions also, depending on students' capability, because students are coming from diverse set of backgrounds, and because they're coming from diverse set of backgrounds, culturally also they are different. So questions are posed in such a way that they understand the concept as well as they are able to do their research work or learn that particular topic in a maybe differentiated way. For this, what we also do is that we keep on also investing in the faculty, because what we understand is that unless faculty is trained, because a lot of technology can be there which eases out classroom teaching, but unless the faculty is also learning equally well with the students, probably we will not be able to make so much of a difference in the class. So collaboration we do through industry, as I told you that, different, depending on which sector they are going to take up the specialization, we collaborate with industry, and we do project-based learning, even active learning we do, plus we do adaptive learning, how the student adapts to a certain situation, and accordingly those questions are given so that students learn. I think this is because in very short, I would like to just present my view. Maybe we can go to the next question where we can talk.
It is short, but you have covered a lot of points, and all these points need to be actually addressed when we are talking about using technology and using collaborative learning. So definitely flipped learning and all these things do play a big role, as you mentioned. It is interesting that we have Mr. Sanjeev Sharma with us, who is the head of Domestic Marketing Network, L&T EdTech. So being an EdTech company, I'm sure that you will be using technology to the maximum in order to deliver education. So I will definitely ask you, sir, that how you have used technology in order to maybe define your curriculum, or maybe the way you are teaching or where the teaching is being imparted. Because you can understand in EdTech company, any student from any level can actually access the materials or the things that you are providing. So how do you actually manage this in all sectors of the students, starting from the most gifted students to the students who are not that gifted? How do you manage it? Like, how do you use technology in part in education?
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank ICC for having me here. It's a real privilege and honor to be present here speaking as part of the panel to the August gathering. I do agree, and there is no doubt that technology and collaborative learning plays a great role in enhancing the learning of any individual, whether it is the school level or at the higher education level. Being at L&T, Larsen and Toubro, I don't know whether you are aware, L&T has another acronym which is also called learning and training. So L&T is always at the forefront of learning and training. Some of the initiatives our company has taken, I'll just quickly run through that only on the training part. We have developed, I suppose, India's best learning academy in Lonavala, which is at, has an area of more than 24 acres, and it's a 5-star facility with all the amenities put together. And I'll invite some of you to experience that, because now we have started giving that facility for external programs also. And in that facility, we have programs running across all the curriculum for various disciplines. And second, for our company, we have anytime learning software or a platform where more than 10,000 courses are available for all the employees. And those courses in various disciplines, various skills are available for any employee to take. And those courses have been resourced from almost all the top institutes across the world. The third, which not many people are aware, L&T also has a project management institute, which is only for our L&T employees. And the rating of that institute is, I think it is the best in India, and I think it is top 5 institute across the world. So with that kind of background, when L&T thought of entering into the EdTech space, and that The idea also came from a necessity because what L&T felt, L&T recruits close to 25,000 engineers every year. And for a period of time, we felt that what students we are getting and what we need, there is a lot of gap there. So why not let's bridge that gap? And this came with a very noble intention of nation building, where we want our, with our Honorable Prime Minister has a vision of making India a developed economy, a 5 trillion economy. And that is going to happen only when we have trained and skilled engineers coming out of our institutes. So with that idea in mind, L&T has come up with this startup called L&T EdTech. We are 2-year-old company, which is the business what we are doing in EdTech is very, very minuscule, and it is just with the nation building attitude that we have entered this space. And we have kept technology at the forefront of what we have done in designing these courses. Some of the features what we have in this as part of our offering, some of them are, we have very advanced learning management system, which is designed in-house by our in-house company, L&T Mindtree. It has got very latest features which allow the student to access it anytime. There are gamification of the various concept. Then also we have tied up with all the, how we design these courses is, see, L&T is into engineering for last 80 years. So there are some of our seniors who have spent time 40 years in the industry. So we have tapped into their experience and from senior faculties from IITs and IIMs, and they have jointly designed these courses. The other feature is it is the content part of it, which I touched upon, the quality and the way it has been presented. We have used AI tools, virtual reality, all those tools to explain the concept in a more beautiful way. We are use live videos. We are taking the student live to our project sites where they can experience the concept in principle, as well as lively can see that. Apart from that, we also have a program of immersion where we take all the students to our project sites and they can experience the concept which they have learned. We also use cloud computing and the other tools for engaging the students. Analytical is also introduced into that, so that student can compare his course along with what others are doing, how he's progressing. He can keep track of the courses. And in the end, we also, I like to just touch upon that. Maybe if I get time in the next question, I'll explain. We have developed a platform called Solve. And that is one problem we faced where, we have to give internship to a lot of students. So we have created a platform wherein we have a set of projects for IT students, and these all projects are live projects. So they can go onto that site, they can do the projects, and immediately they can get their feedback. So I think the time is a little short, but this is overall, L&T has kept the technology and collaborative learning in its core while designing our courses. Thank you.
I can understand that L&T has incorporated a lot of technology in the learning, and I'm pretty sure that the students using it are benefited to the maximum. So we are having with us lastly Mr. Sunil Dahiya, who is in EVP Skilling of Wadhwani Foundation. Now, when we talk about Wadhwani Foundation, sir, we all know that you are the leaders as far as entrepreneurship education is concerned. So that way, you can understand India is such a country where we have entrepreneurs coming from the maybe the most gifted students, starting from the most gifted students to the students who are maybe not at all gifted. So you have got a big challenge while you are delivering the syllabus and the other things that you are delivering as far as entrepreneurship education is concerned. So how you have used technology and how you have used collaborative learning is something we all will also want to know from you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking the question, and very glad to be here, and thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce. So let me, add another piece. So while Wadhwani Foundation is a global philanthropic organization working in 25 countries, and our key agenda is three of them: entrepreneurship, skilling, and digital transformation of the government. So we work on these three aspects in all 25 and 6 countries. So now coming to the topic, key important aspects. So let me first give a very brief one line. See what is happening. Industry is changing. Higher education has to align itself with the industry changing. When a student joins a course of 4 years, the job roles which he joins and when he passes out have changed. So things are moving gradually at a very high speed. So now, given this challenge, now look at it, let's come to the topic. What in terms of how should we use technology so that student is geared up for the super intelligence era, if we call it. Highest paid job today is no more, is prompt engineering. And how many universities have courses on prompt engineering? Very few. Very, very few. So game is totally changing. So now how do we address it? So what do we do in the foundation and all across all the countries is, what we have done is first understand, now coming to the student side, learner side. Let's divide this part into counseling, skilling, placement preparation, and placements, post placements as well. This is on skilling side. When it comes to entrepreneurship side, finding out gaps, then your idea, practice venture to a real venture. So the whole journey. Now, both the things are important because the number of jobs are never going to be equivalent of the number of students passing out. So it is extremely important that technology resolves both. So now coming very for next level. So once you divide the learning cycle like this, now apply the technology tools. And what we have done, and very glad to share with you, is all launches of co-pilots. I think all of you would know that, this is the era of co-pilots, action pilots, and conversational AI. That's what is changing the whole, all spectrum around. So a student is a pilot, but there is a co-pilot on his mobile who is there to help the student on any question across the world in any language, anytime. Mind you, any language, anytime. So we often think that this is meant only for metro and sub-metros. No, it's a myth. This reaches to every student who is even at a panchayat level. Only thing he needs to have a phone. If a parent has a phone, no problem. It works beautifully. Similarly, so when it looks at co-pilot, first for counseling, which is, can AI engine solve your all, can they help you discover what is around you? Where should you go? Where should you get it? That's the first co-pilot. Next co-pilot is more to do with, it's very simple. It's called My Tutor. So imagine a tutor with you 24/7, anytime. And earlier discussion was happening. Imagine a student, no one watches the student when he asks a question. And he's never scared of what happens in the class. Oh, he asked the wrong question. Arey, ye to bada silly question tha. Ye to bada tough question hai. And you create images. Versus a student or puts his earphone, asks any question he wants. And he gets the answer in his own language. Move further. Interview prep AI coach. So there's Be My Interview Coach. And then imagine you're on a job. Be my mentor. I do not know how to handle my first level supervisor. He's too tough. Or I don't know how to handle targets. Here is someone to help you. So this is the series of co-pilots which we have launched to help the learner. And Madam said a very important point, 1 crore teachers. They need to also understand how it helps them. Can a teacher create a quiz of 5 questions on a topic on the fly? Press a key and it's ready. Then the aspect is, which is the best example to teach this topic? India, international, domestic, whichever way you want to do it. Any language. So that's the power which we have done. So maybe I don't want to exceed 3 minutes, but yeah, maybe I'll share more.
Thank you. I got to learn a lot from all this. But very quickly, let me tell that when we are talking about integrating technology, The most important places where we are integrating is number one, the personalization in learning, which I talked about already. There are tools like Adaptemi or many other places. We use a tool where immersive learning environment is created for a student who can watch videos or ask questions pertaining to the topic, as I already mentioned. But apart from that, there are a few points where it is used, like the teachers are now not willing, or maybe the time does not permit to get inside the intricate level of checking an answer script. So for that, wonderful tools are present, which with the help of technology, we can reduce that time and teachers can use that time for maybe helping the students out. There are many such things like AI grader, essay grader, which are being used a lot nowadays. Feedback AI sort of app or software can actually help the students give feedback on the course quality, and accordingly the course can be modified or maybe justified a little bit. So these tools are definitely present, but I will also talk a little bit about collaborative learning before I move on to the next set of questions to the esteemed panelists. Regarding collaborative learning, I would say there are many collaborative tools which are being used nowadays. In a classroom, instead of teaching, as Madam already pointed out, flipped learning, we may provide a video. Nowadays, what is being done, a video of what will be taught today is given to the students 7 days prior, a video of that. And in the classroom, we are collaborating, we are engaging the students in a collaborative learning. We are giving them a problem and asking them to collaborate and solve it. There are so many interesting tools where there are a common virtual board that is being used by the students to solve the different the problems that are given to them, and they're coming up with a solution. So that way, collaborative learning is helping a lot. And I will especially talk about hackathons that are being organized nowadays. So many companies are using hackathons to recruit the students. Gone are the days when the students were used to be interviewed personally and then being recruited. Nowadays, people like Microsoft, Google, they are actually recruiting through hackathons. And that is, again, hackathon is a collaborative learning. When we are talking about hackathons, there are so many tools that have come up, so many apps that have come up only from hackathon through collaborative efforts, collaborative learning. We can talk about Venmo, get around, like Venmo is a payment app, so popular in our country, in different countries. And that came up from a hackathon, from a student, set of students who collaborated and did that. We are nowadays using collaborative cars, peer-to-peer cars, like one car of somebody is being used by somebody else to go from one place to another. He's asking a lift. You know, the first app of that sort, Get Around, came up from a hackathon. So collaborative learning is helping so much, helping the students so much nowadays. I can keep on going like this, but I will go with the next set of questions. So I will firstly have the question, definitely for Professor Sridhar Iyer. Sir, I will ask you 2 questions at a time because I'm sure that we will not have time for coming back again. So I will request you to touch upon both these questions a little bit with your answers. When we are integrating all this, so you have taught a class of more than 100. So with your experience, have you felt that when we are integrating technology too much into our teaching, are the students somewhere getting overwhelmed? This is my first question to you. And my second question is, you have been teaching so many students, 450 students in a classroom. Have you engaged collaborative learning or have you used any tools for that? These are the 2 questions that I will ask you, and I request you to kindly answer that maybe in 3 to 4 minutes.
Sure. So for the first question, are students getting overwhelmed? So students are very unlikely to get overwhelmed by technology, right? I mean, it's the teachers who are more likely to get overwhelmed. But what is overwhelming is when we get bogged down in the features of the technology as compared to its use, the purpose of the technology. So as long as the teacher is able to make it clear that why we are using this technology, what is the benefit of collaborating, like let's take, for example, a Miro board or a concept board or some such collaborative tool, then the students don't focus so much on the features, but on the aspect of the collaboration. Coming to the second question of what sort of collaborative projects that they can do. So they do a lot of different types of projects. Like in a large class, I mean, typically the collaboration size is never more than 4. right? 3 to 4. So depending upon the number of students in the class, you have that many different number of groups. So to give you one example, like in the last semester, I was teaching an instruction systems design course. It was a small course. So all the students together built one project by splitting it into subgroups, use the standard industry model of going to the client, doing an interview, getting the requirements, then doing some design, then eventually stopped at the user evaluation and so on. So these are fairly standard ways of collaboration, which are known for many years. Now the question is, how do they use tools for this, right? And it's not required that they use a lot of tools. Like the most important tool, for example, in this case, which they used was WhatsApp. Okay, so WhatsApp for coordination of when they're going to meet and when they're going to work on it, right? Everything else was actually mostly done in person. And then some tools, Google Docs, the very basic tools, they are often sufficient to execute fairly challenging projects.
Wonderful, sir. So that was very, very interesting. Yes, often we are talking about common boards where they are working on a particular project and all those. But yes, simple WhatsApp can also help them out. Simple collaboration through WhatsApp. That was really, very, very interesting, sir. So, Madam Prakriti Bhattacharya, see, when we are talking about technology learning, the most important thing that we talk about is personalization. And when we are talking about personalization, we want or we don't want AI comes in. So definitely I will ask you that, have you, how much have you focused on personalization of learning in your institution? Have you used for it, AI for it? Has it helped? And I have a second question for you also, that have you designed collaborative learning activities in your institution that are inclusive and for all students, be it personally, be it in a group, have you designed that? So both of these questions, I will request Madam to kindly answer.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are all discussing this because we want students to be engaged and their performance also to be better than what it used to happen. So how do we do that? So now we have understood that it is no more teacher-centric, it's more learner-centric. And how do we make it more learner-centric? So I think in my previous, when I was answering your previous question, I did talk about adaptive learning. So how do students, how do we see that students adapt to that learning? So we also see the difficulty levels. So I mentioned about learner analytics. We keep mapping students as to how they are performing. And, looking at that, see, when we are doing assessments, we also see, we use Bloom's taxonomy, and I'm sure most of you all must be using that. And we see that depending on the difficulty level of the assessment, students are able to also answer to those questions depending on how those questions have been asked to them, because we want to increase their performance. So, we try and adapt to a student's way of learning in also assessing them. So this is one way we use adaptive learning. Then, one second, I will also. I spoke about, we use chatbots, because not all the institutes are open 24 hours, but the chatbots are. So, student can pose those questions, which they cannot do it directly to the faculty, but faculty gets to see what the students are asking and how it is being also solved. So this also, what happens is that the whole concept is that nobody is left behind and everybody, moves forward. Yes, it will be depending on how they move forward, because that will depend on, because they are coming from different cultural background, diverse background, and their learning capabilities are not same. But they get to ask questions and get also answers the way they are learning. So this is a system, LMS system, which we have inbuilt in our GIS group, and students are learning through this method. We also use AI, to find out where a student is, becoming, or should I say that, where we can use their strength, not their weakness, what are their shortcomings and how we can improve those areas. We also use another way of, where you talked about the collaborative learning. What we do is that there is a peer-to-peer learning. So we use peer system where there is a student, who probably is a little stronger and the other student may not be so strong. So we pair them. Then we also have a mentor-mentee group where we also have people from the industry, mentoring the students, where they have a group of students, where the industry collaborates. So that is also another way where we bring them together. We also have a system, where we are, as I think I've mentioned this many a times, that we also look at from which background they're coming, the cultural background, because most of the students, whom we are getting are from the Northeast. They are coming from West Bengal. They are also coming from Bihar. Not too many people are coming from the South. So the cultural aspect also makes a lot of difference, in our students' learning, because the background matters. So we are also trying to see how technology can help us to improve on those areas. I think I've crossed 3 minutes. So
we were listening to you like very eagerly, because the points you were mentioning are all worth mentioning. Though I have got, when you were talking, a question came into my mind.
Yes.
Which I want to just tell all of you and request all of you, all the educators, to kindly just think on it and evaluate maybe. We are talking about Bloom's taxonomy, as Madam has mentioned. Now, Bloom's taxonomy, we talked about a lot in the previous phase. Before AI came, we talked a lot on that, on Bloom's taxonomy. Now, the problem that is happening in Bloom's taxonomy is, in all the colleges, we believe that we have implemented Bloom's taxonomy 100%. That is what we believe. But when we look at the question papers, we find that 90% of the questions are actually from the first two levels of Bloom's taxonomy, which is remember and understand. And the other levels, analyze, evaluate, create, they are maybe 1% or maybe lesser than that. Now, can we use technology or AI to some extent to divide the questions equally amongst the levels of Bloom's taxonomy? That remains a question to be answered. So, Madam, can you just address that?
Yeah, I think, in the previous session, we heard accelerated learning. So, we are definitely, we are giving a chance to answer those questions, which are absolutely, application based, where student will be using their own thought processes, and go ahead. So there is no boundary that, you will be only sticking to, that one and the second level. You can go to any, and I think that freedom should be there. We've always spoken about that education should have that liberal thinking, and it should be, that freedom of learning should be there. So I think a lot of training also has to be done with our faculty members, where, such training can be given, and we have this accelerated learning system also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We learned a lot. I will go straight to Mr. Sanjeev Sharma. Sir, how do you address digital divide and ensure equitable access to technology for all students? This is my question to you. First question, and I also have a second question. What challenges have you faced in implementing collaborative learning? So these are the two questions that I will request you to answer.
Thank you. As part of L&T EdTech,
running out of time, so kindly.
Yeah, I'll keep it very short. So as part of L&T EdTech, we have gone for a B2B model rather than B2C. So our all learning happens in the universities and colleges. And our system is access can be done on a laptop or a mobile or a desktop. But to enhance the learning, what we have done, the same courses are also run in the classroom in the presence of the teacher or the professor. And at the end of every week, two of the students are requested to make a presentation of what they have learned in that 1 week, so that the entire class has got the learning complete. That is one. Another challenge what we are facing is of the language. See, our courses are mostly in English, and in some of areas of our uh, some part of our India, the English is little difficult, and also the pronunciation also becomes a little difficult because we are a south-based company, and the pronunciation there is little different as compared to what we do in the north. So there we are using AI tools to automatically converts the text into the local languages so that everybody can benefit out of it. The other initiative what we are taking is faculty development program, because we feel that along with the student we also take along with the faculty so that they impart the education in the proper manner. On effect of collaborative learning, I'll keep it very short. All our courses have group projects as part of every subject. So each subject means our course is 45 hours. Out of that, 15 hours is given to the group project. And these are all group projects are live projects. They are taken from the, real life situations. And this is for the core engineering. For IT, we have, as I mentioned, we have faced a, I'll just take 1 minute. We have faced a situation in one of the colleges where we have to enter that college, we have committed a little bit more internship than what normally do. So to solve that, we came up with a solution of online internship for a IT students. And today I'm very happy that that has become such a big hit for our offering, that now we are offering real lifetime coding for the students, and it has been appreciated and been taken very well across institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma. I will go to the last question to Mr. Sunil Dahiya. Sir, how do you think the use of technology support the different learning styles? What I mean to say is there are students with disabilities, there are students who are maybe not accustomed to technology, they are not used to using even a mobile phone properly. Now, how do you handle those? How you have created an environment? How you use technology for that? That is my first question to you. And I will request you to kindly answer the second question. Alongside also that have you integrated collaborative learning into whatever you are teaching, and does it support both group and individual learning? So these are the things
Thank you once again. See, let me answer the first question on specially abled. I don't know how many of us would know about Be My Eyes. You may Google it. Now, Be My Eyes is the first AI application. Put your mobile phone in your pocket with camera facing outside. You happen to go into a restaurant, in your earphone, you will start hearing, yeah, the table on the left is blank. You can walk 4 steps, sit down on this table. If you walk into a gym, it will say, now you are in gym, this machine is available, you can use this. If you are crossing a road, it will talk about, okay, these are the kind of, let's say the vehicle moving on the road, and this is what you can do. So that is the aspect, which I just give you this one example of what technology can do. But to summarize it because of the time, text, speech, and video. Now, these 3 are so interchangeable today that, you can move from text to speech, speech to video, video to text, or any combination. Nowadays, in press of keys. It is not with large LLM models, technology all around. It's very, very fast. So from that aspect, teaching the students who are specially able has become easier, and it will go further. Now coming to the second part of it, on the collaboration side, because I'll come to the second part of the question. So there is, what we do is there's a classroom collaboration, there is an online collaboration, there's a community. So collaboration, and of course, I must not miss the last one, industry collaboration. Because a learner needs to be knowing all these 4. So one, of course, when it's classroom, it's very evident, role plays, acting in front of the people, hearing feedbacks. When it comes to community, please, the message, let's say, is like this. Please go to the nearest, let's say, retail store and find out, just narrate 2 behaviors, good customer behavior, bad customer behavior. Now, this is completely working with community. Then online collaboration is, can you collaborate with your peers and one AI character who can collaborate with you? I want to talk to a customer who is angry. can I create an avatar in AI of an angry customer in a hotel? And that avatar will fight with me and tell me how good I'm doing. So this whole aspect is, that's the way, collaboration really brings out the you within you. And beauty is, it is you and the machine at certain points. So you're not scared of what others would feel. Did you do well? Did you not do well? So that brings in that confidence very high inside the student. I think I'll stop here because of time.
When today I was taking the flight in the morning, I had a toothache and I was thinking of Combi Plan. You will not believe, I get a mail which is on root canal treatment and also on Combi Plan. Now, how that has happened, I will not be able to say, but definitely even the thought of it, I'm getting that on my email was very surprising. So you can say.
That is quite interesting how it happens. Now, previously what used to happen was we don't switch off the audibility of our phone. So when we talk about it, those advertisements start coming in our feedback because it is listening. Nowadays, with your thought also, it starts coming. And this funny, but it is true. And secondly, even if you don't have your phone around, still talking, the advertisements start coming. There are two things over here. Number one is when you are thinking of it, you think that I'm not doing anything, but you are actually doing it. You tend to stop on a post like that. When a post like that comes, we tend to stop. Our mind actually asks us to stop and we stop scrolling. As a result, those advertisements keep coming to you. When you're driving a car, you have not talked to anybody. When you're driving a car, when you see a shop which is pertaining to you, pertaining to your interest, we tend to make the car slower and look at it. When you are making the car slower, the Google Maps is tracking it, that you have made the car slow over here. And as a result, the shops around get signal. And according to that, Facebook or whatever is sends you the advertisements. And when you don't have the phone around, but still talk about it, it is the voice recognition system of other phones that track it, and similar voice persons are shown there. So these algorithms are being used nowadays. It's quite interesting. I keep studying about all these things, all these algorithms, so I could quickly answer that to you, madam. But definitely this session, I believe, was a very, very interesting session. I will thank Indian Chamber of Commerce. Yes, questions are, I'm opening the floor for questions, sir. I'm sure that you will have questions. I'm opening the session for it, sir. Thank you. See, the thing is that I will firstly thank Indian Chamber of Commerce for bringing all the universities and the colleges together. And I strongly believe that colleges and universities are not competitors of one another. We are peers. We learn from one another and try to implement the best of technologies, best of things in one another's colleges or universities. That is what I believe. And again, that Indian Chamber of Commerce has created a collaborative learning environment like that for us. Thank you so much for calling us. Now, definitely I will tell that nowadays, so I'm coming to artificial intelligence, though we have talked that artificial intelligence can take jobs, but in educational organizations, we have not seen that of late. In educational organizations, only artificial intelligence is creating the set of students who are not good enough at understanding, and those lists are being provided to the mentors to help the students. So it is increasing the need of manpower, increasing the need of creating more manpower instead of reducing it. So definitely you have a question. So the floor is open to your question first. My question is yes.
My question is related to research and development and innovation. Therefore, yesterday, my grandson was studying in 5th semester in Brooklyn University, New York, in biology. He is in 5th semester. He told me that their college, their university has constituted students of 50 students from different nations. He is one of the Indians. So they are being sent to Paris to present a paper where 50 developed countries from Europe and America, they will participate. He told me the subject which I could not understand, it's a medical subject. which I could not understand. He asked me specific question. Sir, do you have any system in India? So I said, I am attending this conference. I will let you know whether this. No, my question to you is, there are 20 IIT in the, I think 20 IIT in the India. Do you have any system where the team from Bombay, all IIT, they put together, they have some subject, they discuss about things and bring out this thing, some innovative technology, new thing?
Yeah, so there are various schemes actually. So each IIT has its own scheme. So there are schemes by which IITs engage with students of colleges, right? So there is an undergraduate research scheme. There are otherwise, as he mentioned earlier, there are hackathons. So there are many schemes by which students work together and produce research or products. So it varies from IIT to IIT. So if your question is there one which includes all the IITs? I don't think so. But each of them has their own. It's like there are enough IITs. There's a lot of varieties there.
There's no interchange, but we talk about the we are talking about all of it.
Definitely. Okay, so any other question? I was just trying to look at Madam's face and I could see that her face is getting more and more angrier. So I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
So any other question from anybody? Okay then, so Madam, it is all over to you. You can take it from here.
Thank you so
for
much.
calling us. Thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce. And I'm very, very thankful to all the panelists because I personally have got to learn a lot from all of you. And I'm sure that I will be able to implement those things which you have told over here in my university. I'm sure that all other educationists over here have benefited and will be able to implement the things that you have learned over here in their respective institutions. Thank you. Yeah, one point, sorry.
You mentioned about the collaborative, partnership. So I'm happy to inform that for our EV program, we are tied up with a startup of IIT Delhi, which is, all the ex-students and students who are pursuing their, UG and PG. They have formed a company and L&T has tied up with them to roll out our courses. So that partnership and that innovation is happening in our colleges and universities as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So after this august presence of our panelists and such an interesting discussion, we would like to take the opportunity of felicitating all of you. May I request Professor Chatterjee to honor Professor Sridhar Iyer. Brotati Madam, Ms. Brotati Bhattacharya. Mr. Sanjeev Sharma from L&T EdTech. And Mr. Sunil Dahiya, EVP Skilling Wadhwani Foundation. Thank you to all of you for your gracious presence. A group photograph of the session, please. Mr. Dahiya, please felicitate Professor Chatterjee. Thank you so much. We will take the break for lunch. Post-lunch, we have the presentation session on government and private sector initiatives aimed at fostering comprehensive education and entrepreneurship, which will be chaired by Professor Sridhar Iyer. We meet at 2:45. Thank you so much.
So just an announcement for any of the panelists for the next session. If we can just meet quickly over lunch just to decide how we are going to do it, that will be great. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility we consider possible.
Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC, founded in 1925, is the leading and only national chamber of commerce, having headquarters in Kolkata and one of the most proactive and forward-looking chambers in the country today. Its membership spans some of the most prominent and major industrial groups in India.
न केवल पूर्वी भारत बल्कि भारत के अर्थतंत्र को बड़ी गति देने में एक प्लेटफॉर्म की भूमिका निभाई है। वो संस्था आईसीसी के साथ आज मुझे बात करने का मौका मिल गया। सेठ घनश्याम दास बिरला ने आईसीसी की स्थापना की और आईसीसी ने पूरे देश के इतिहास को अपने साथ देखा। उन्होंने आजादी का आंदोलन भी आईसीसी ने देखा है, देश का विभाजन भी देखा है, 71 की लड़ाई और बांग्लादेश का निर्माण भी देखा है और अब बदलते हुए भारत में हिस्सेदारी देने के लिए भी आईसीसी तत्पर है।
ICC has a special focus about India's sales and commerce relations with South and Southeast Asian nations, in sync with India's Look East policy, and has played a key role in building synergies between India and her Asian neighbors.
Let me start by congratulating the ICC for having completed 96 years, and I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its formative years with my great-grandfather, Sri Aditya Birla, Sri Giri Birla, serving as president in the founding year.
ICC is the premier body of business and industry in Eastern and Northeastern India. Mr. G.D. Birla of the Indian Chamber was closely associated with Indian freedom movement as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian industry.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government, become not only a bridge between government and trade and business, but also a thought leader to help us develop the agenda of New India that we are all working towards.
Another distinguishing feature of the ICC is that industrialists and owners of leading corporate entities in India are themselves members and are responsible for charting out the policies of the organization.
Thomas, for giving me this opportunity once more to be with you all and share my thoughts with you. It's always been very refreshing attending a Chamber of Commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several, but you seem to stand out as the one which is, so from the East and so on.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce has been a leading national chamber since pre-independence days, and I am also told that ICC will be entering into their 100 years by 2025.
Indian Chamber of Commerce Women Entrepreneurship Council is hosting India's first Women's Business Mela in Bhubaneswar. I thank the IWC for being in the forefront of empowering women and helping them to their entrepreneurial journey.
আমি এটুকু বলে আজকে আইসিসি কে বিশেষ করে সকলকে নিয়ে
এই যে মিলিত প্রয়াস, কালেকটিভ এফোর্ট, একেবারে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত থেকে সত্যজিৎ রায়, একেবারে সত্যজিৎ রায় থেকে সারা বিশ্ব, বাংলা হবে বিশ্ব সেরা, এই থিমটাই আমাদের মিশন।
निरंतर देश की सेवा करना किसी भी संस्था या संगठन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। आईसीसी ने पूर्वी भारत और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के डेवलपमेंट में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, विशेषकर वहां की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट को, वह भी हिस्टोरिकल है। आईसीसी के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को इन 95 वर्ष में जिन जिन महानुभावों ने योगदान दिया है, उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Indian Chamber of Commerce has been a part of India's corporate history for close to 100 years. It continues to serve Indian corporates in the best manner that is possible. Over the last decade, it has gone from being largely a Calcutta-based Chamber of Commerce to having a national presence, 11 cities in India, and having a presence in 7 countries of the world. The Indian Chamber's journey has been remarkable, and it would not have been possible without your support. Thank you so much for being part of this journey and for encouraging the Indian Chamber of Commerce. We look forward to your support as the Indian Chamber embarks upon its next journey of growth and becoming not only national but international.
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Aravu School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility that we consider possible.
Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC, founded in 1925, is the leading and only national chamber of commerce, having headquarters in Kolkata and one of the most proactive and forward-looking chambers in the country today. Its membership spans some of the most prominent and major industrial groups in India.
भारत के अर्थतंत्र को बड़ी गति देने में एक प्लेटफॉर्म की भूमिका निभाई है। वो संस्था आईसीसी के साथ आज मुझे बात करने का मौका मिला। घनश्याम दास बिरला ने आईसीसी की स्थापना की और आईसीसी ने पूरे देश के इतिहास को अपने साथ देखा। उन्होंने आजादी का आंदोलन भी आईसीसी में देखा है, देश का विभाजन भी देखा है, 77 की लड़ाई और बांग्लादेश का निर्माण भी देखा है और अब बदलते हुए भारत में हिस्सेदारी देने के लिए भी आईसीसी तत्पर है।
ICC has a special focus upon India's sales and commerce relations with South and Southeast Asian nations in sync with India's Look East policy and has played a key role in building synergies between India and her Asian neighbors.
Let me start by congratulating the ICC for having completed 96 years, and I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its formative years with my great-grandfather, Shri Aditya Birla, Shri Giri Birla, serving as president during the founding year.
ICC is the premier body of business and industry in Eastern and Northeastern India. Mr. G.D. Birla of the Indian Chamber was closely associated with Indian freedom movement as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian industry.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government, become not only a bridge between government and trade and business, but also a thought leader to help us develop the agenda of New India that we are all working towards.
Another distinguishing feature of the ICC is that industrialists and owners of leading corporate entities in India are themselves members and are responsible for charting out the policies of the organization.
Thomas, for giving me this opportunity once more to be with you all and share my thoughts with you. It's always been very refreshing attending a Chamber of Commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several, but you seem to stand out as the one which is, so from the east and so on.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce has been a leading national chamber since pre-independence day, and I am also told that ICC will be entering into their 100th year by 2022.
Indian Chamber of Commerce Women Entrepreneurship Council is hosting India's first Women's Business Mela in Bhubaneswar. I thank the IWC for being in the forefront of empowering women and helping them in their entrepreneurial journey.
আমি এটুকু বলে আজকে আইসিসি কে বিশেষ করে সকলকে নিয়ে এই যে মিলিত প্রয়াস, কালেকটিভ এফোর্ট, একেবারে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত থেকে সত্যজিৎ রায়, একেবারে সত্যজিৎ রায় থেকে সারা বিশ্ব, বাংলা হবে বিশ্ব সেরা, এই থিমটাই আমাদের মিশন।
निरंतर देश की सेवा करना किसी भी संस्था या संगठन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। आईसीसी ने पूर्वी भारत और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के डेवलपमेंट में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, विशेषकर वहां की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट को, वह भी हिस्टोरिकल है। आईसीसी के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को इन 95 वर्ष में जिन जिन महानुभावों ने योगदान दिया, उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Indian Chamber of Commerce is being a part of India's corporate history. It was in the beginning. It continues to serve Indian corporates in the best manner that it can. Over the last decade, it has gone from being largely a capital-based chamber of commerce to having a national presence, 11 cities in India, and having a presence in 17 cities in India. Forward to your support. As the Indian Chamber
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Aravu School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet TestGuard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility we consider possible.
Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC, founded in 1925, is the leading and only national chamber of commerce, having headquarters in Kolkata and one of the most proactive and forward-looking chambers in the country today. Its membership spans some of the most prominent and major industrial groups in India.
न केवल पूर्वी भारत बल्कि भारत के अर्थतंत्र को बड़ी गति देने में एक प्लेटफॉर्म की भूमिका निभाई है। वो संस्था आईसीसी के साथ आज मुझे बात करने का मौका मिला। एक घनश्यामदास बिरला ने आईसीसी की स्थापना की और आईसीसी ने पूरे देश के इतिहास को अपने साथ देखा है। उन्होंने आजादी का आंदोलन भी आईसीसी में देखा है, देश का विभाजन भी देखा है, 71 की लड़ाई और बांग्लादेश का निर्माण भी देखा है और अब बदलते हुए भारत का सुधारू देने के लिए भी आईसीसी तत्पर है।
ICC has a special focus about India's sales and commerce relations with South and Southeast Asian nations, in sync with India's Look East policy, and has played a key role in building synergies between India and her Asian neighbors.
Let me start by congratulating the ICC for having completed 96 years, and I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its formative years with my great-grandfather, Shri Aditya Birla, Shri Giri Birla, serving as president in the founding year.
ICC is the premier body of business and industry in Eastern and Northeastern India. Mr. G.D. Birla of the Indian Chamber was closely associated with Indian freedom movement as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian industry.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government, become a not only a bridge between government and trade and business, but also a thought leader to help us develop the agenda of New India that we're all working.
Another distinguishing feature of the ICC is that industrialists and owners of leading corporate entities in India are themselves members and are responsible for charting out the policies of the organization.
Thomas, for giving me this opportunity once more to be with you all and share my thoughts with you. It's always been very refreshing attending a Chamber of Commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several, but you seem to stand out as the one which is, so from the East and so on.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce has been a leading national chamber with three independent. I am also told that ICC will be entering into the 100th year by 2026.
Indian Chamber of Commerce Women Entrepreneurship Council is hosting India's first Women Business Mela in Bhubaneswar. I thank the IWC for being in the forefront of empowering women and helping them to their entrepreneurial journey.
আমি এটুকু বলে আজকে আইসিসি কে বিশেষ করে সকলকে নিয়ে এই যে মিলিত প্রয়াস কালেক্টিভ এফোর্ট একেবারে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত থেকে সত্যজিৎ রায় একেবারে সত্যজিৎ রায় থেকে সারা বিশ্ব বাংলা হবে বিশ্ব সেরা এই থিমটাই আমাদের মিশন
निरंतर देश की सेवा करना किसी भी संस्था या संगठन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। आईसीसी ने पूर्वी भारत और नॉर्थ स्टेट डेवलपमेंट में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया विशेषकर आपकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट को काफी हिस्टोरिकल है। आईसीसी के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को इन 95 वर्ष में जिन जिन महानुभावों ने योगदान दिया है उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
Having headquarters in Kolkata and one of the most proactive and forward-looking chambers in the country today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that?
The Indian
At Adamas Tech Consulting, we're more than a technology company. We're pioneers of educational transformation. With a global presence spanning 6 cities across 4 countries, we harness innovation to create powerful solutions that reshape the future of learning. Meet Aravu, a cutting-edge product of Adamas Tech Consulting, dedicated to transforming education through innovation. Aravu LMS redefines learning with 4 powerful features: seamless course management, secure exams, AI-based routine scheduling, and analytics powered by artificial intelligence. Aravu University Management Systems takes the hassle out of college administration, simplifies student applications, registrations, academic records, routine and fee management, all in one place. Let Aravu UMS handle the details so you can focus on delivering excellence. Aravu School Management System keeps parents connected and worry-free. Get real-time updates with intuitive dashboard on school buses, fees, generate gate pass, and your child attendance right at your fingertip. Meet Test Guard, AI-powered proctoring for exams, group discussions and interviews. Ensure integrity with live monitoring. Discover the future of education with Adamas Tech Consulting. Visit adamastech.in today.
Is the impact of a change limited to that moment alone? We believe that a positive change can set in motion a chain reaction and unleash a wave of goodness that can impact and transform a number of lives. When we help someone upskill, they can secure family wage employment. This in turn uplifts their family's quality of life. Children get the best education and can pursue their dreams. The family can think beyond basic necessities. At Wadhwani Foundation, we recognize the power of change, which is why we have set off on a mission to create jobs and change lives. Founded in the year 2000 by visionary Silicon Valley entrepreneur Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani, today, the foundation is scaling impact in over 15 countries across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. We have undertaken extensive initiatives across entrepreneurship, skilling, government digital transformation, and innovation and research. Our entrepreneurship programs seek to create the creators, to fund vision until it turns to value. We cater to the nascent, the experienced, and everyone in between, setting their trajectories to angles of opportunity. Our entrepreneurship programs are making a significant difference, enabling startups and small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. Our skilling programs upskill job seekers, fresh hires, and existing employees with in-demand emerging skills to secure a family wage job and achieve ongoing success at the workplace. Through Genie AI, our AI-powered, mobile-first platform, we are scaling up at speed in partnership with academia, industry, and the government to build a future-ready workforce. Our skilling programs are making a noticeable difference. Our government digital transformation programs bridge the gap between technology and governance. They are designed to help governments embrace the future and leverage emerging technologies to enable population-scale digital solutions. Our government digital transformation programs are making a marked difference. Our innovation and research programs are the harbingers of hope. They actively seek out dreams that can deeply affect reality and help bridge the gap between the two. We focus on big ideas and on the commercialization of these ideas for delivering real-world benefits. Our innovation and research programs are making a telling difference. We leverage the latest technology and expansive global networks to democratize access to world-class resources needed to improve livelihoods. At Wadhwani Foundation, we are committed to transforming the lives of millions around the world. It's a perennial challenge, an impossibility we consider possible.
Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC, founded in 1925, is the leading and only national chamber of commerce, having headquarters in Kolkata and one of the most proactive and forward-looking chambers in the country today. Its membership spans some of the most prominent and major industrial groups in India.
इस संस्था में 1925 के लेकर न केवल पूर्वी भारत बल्कि भारत के अर्थतंत्र को बड़ी गति देने में एक प्लेटफॉर्म की भूमिका निभाई है। वो संस्था आईसीसी के साथ आज वीडियो बात करने का मौका है। घनश्यामदास बिरला ने आईसीसी की स्थापना की और आईसीसी ने पूरे देश के इतिहास को अपने साथ देखा। आजादी का आंदोलन भी आईसीसी ने देखा है, उसका विभाजन भी देखा है, कटकर की लड़ाई और बांग्लादेश का निर्माण भी देखा है और अब बदलते हुए भारत में हिस्सेदारी देने के लिए भी आईसीसी तत्पर है।
ICC has a special focus about India's sales and commerce relations with South and Southeast Asian nations in sync with India's Look East policy and has played a key role in building synergies between India and her Asian neighbors.
Let me start by congratulating the ICC for having completed 96 years, and I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC through its formative years with my great-grandfather, Shri Aditya Birla, Shri Giri Birla, serving as president in the founding year.
ICC is the premier body of business and industry in Eastern and Northeastern India. Mr. G.D. Birla of the Indian Chamber was closely associated with Indian freedom movement as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian industry.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government, become not only a bridge between government and trade and business, but also a thought leader to help us develop the agenda of New India that we are all working towards.
Another distinguishing feature of the ICC is that industrialists and owners of leading corporate entities in India are themselves members and are responsible for charting out the policies of the organization.
Thomas, for giving me this opportunity once more to be with you all and share my thoughts with you. It's always been very refreshing attending a Chamber of Commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several, but you seem to stand out as the one which is, so from the east and so on.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce has been a leading national chamber.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the presentation session, Government and Private Sector Initiatives Aimed at Fostering Comprehensive Education and Entrepreneurship. May I have the video off, please? Policy frameworks, public-private partnerships, entrepreneurship education, skill development programs. May I take the opportunity to invite Professor Sridhar Iyer from IIT Bombay, sir. Please come on the dais. Professor Iyer will be chairing the session. I request Ms. Mitakshara Kumari, former advisor, Education and State Planning Commission, Government of Chhattisgarh. Ma'am, please join us. Dr. T. Jayasudha, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. Dr. Ashwini Bhalla, Deputy Director, Higher Education, Government of Punjab. Mr. Sunil Bajaj, Director, State Council of Educational Research and Training, Government of Haryana. And Ms. N. Sucharita Roy, National Head, Industry Practice, Arivu EdTech Vertical, Adamas Tech. Over to you, Professor Sridhar Iyer.
Okay, so welcome back to this post-lunch session. I was there with you in the pre-lunch session between you and lunch, and now back with you after lunch to see how many of you are sleeping. Okay, so since I'm a professor, it doesn't end without a quiz, right? So this time on this panel, instead of you asking the panelists questions, the panelists will ask you questions at the end. How about that? To check whether you've been listening or whether you've been sleeping. Okay, so make it interactive. Yes, we'll do that. We'll try our best. So, okay, so without much ado, let me just pass it on to the panelists in this order and then in this order. Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Mitakshara Kumari. Can you please introduce yourself and then what you want to convey on this topic?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mitakshara Kumari. I was the former advisor education with the government of Chhattisgarh. I work closely with the education department and the state planning commission. My area of interest, of course, is education policy and systemic change in large-scale government school systems in particular. What I want to do today, this afternoon, really is to take a step back and situate our discussion on education technology provision from the point of view of the users and the implementers from the state government side. So if we are talking about EdTech as the promise, the game-changing solution, the silver bullet, I think we should take a step back and try and understand what is the problem that EdTech is trying to solve, or is it a solution looking for a problem? So with that context, I wanted to just talk a little bit about my experience in Chhattisgarh and the kind of policy challenges that we faced in technology adoption at various levels, whether it is at the level of administration, whether it is level of teaching learning. So with that in mind, I want to say, first and foremost, and I'm surprised that this hasn't come up in the discussion so far, is the promise of education technology, to be honest, has been a long time coming. It's been a bit of a teaser. You know, it's been 10, 15 years, we've been waiting for EdTech to solve all our problems. And we're still, you know, there's been a lot of developments, but I would still say we are very far away from thinking of EdTech as, you know, some of the other discussions we heard about game changer, or it is far from being that. What is a game changer really? And in my mind, I want to you know, start with that. The game changer, the silver bullet really is systemic education reform, in which education technology can be embedded as one of the solutions. So I think the first principle really in my, you know, in our experience, even in Chhattisgarh, was that whenever we were talking about systemic education reforms and embedding a technology solution according to the problem we faced, it had a better chance of success. And when there was a sort of solution that we knew of, that sounded very exciting, that may work, there was a challenge to implement. So with that in mind, that was my, you know, the first point I wanted to talk about, that it has to be embedded in large-scale systemic reform. The COVID-19 pandemic gave us this natural experiment really in education, and a lot has been talked about that. It was the moment that EdTech, you know, had the floor, as it were, and it revealed to us many of the challenges and many of the potential benefits. So in Chhattisgarh, for instance, we were one of the first states to pivot to a sort of online platform for delivering some continuity in education. It was called Padhai to Har Dwar. And again, the numbers in EdTech start to look very exciting. We had at its peak, there were, I think, 50 lakh students registered, more than 2 lakh teachers registered on the portal. And there was a mix of content, I would say. In many ways, EdTech is like EdTech highway in India is a little bit like the real highway. So you have the bullock cart and the Mercedes, and in the same way in the EdTech space also you have very low tech, very basic solutions and very sophisticated technology solutions all riding the same highway and sort of jostling for space. So our experience really was that while it did provide some kind of continuity, the access issue remains something that is that cannot be sort of swept aside. And we did struggle with internet penetration. We did struggle with access, device access issues. So that is one big issue that came up. The second issue was really about capacity. Now, capacity at both sides of the equation. One is the capacity at the level of the providers to really understand what the system, what is the problem we are trying to solve. So for instance, if we'd identified in Chhattisgarh that assessments is one area in which we would do well to have some kind of technology intervention. And with that in mind, when we went and looked, we had a better sort of outcome. And when assessments were embedded in, larger reforms again. When we were able to involve teachers, we were able to involve teacher training, sort of modalities in implementing effective assessment systems, then we had a little bit better success. So that was the second in terms of capacity building from the point of view of, you know, what EdTech companies are trying to solve. So EdTech companies really, you know, and in the audience, I believe there are a lot of EdTech companies. There has to be a much deeper collaboration in problem definition, not going with solution, but really understanding the problem. And at the second level of capacity building is the capacity building at the state level. We need institutional capacity within states to really evaluate what is a good solution for the problems we face. And I think, you know, you've been involved with this work and been associated with IIT Bombay, which has done this work on, there is a platform called Tulna that was developed, and that provides some kind of a framework for governments and departments to sort of evaluate technology options. So frameworks like these are important building capacity within governments to evaluate this field of technology options, because this is moving at a speed at which education systems are not moving. So we really do need to have more capacity at the level of governments to be able to understand what is fit to purpose for us. So that was the second point about capacity building on both sides of the equation. The third thing really in education policy research over the last decade or so, a lot of investments have been made in, have been made in terms of what works, evidence for what works. So there are now a lot of studies that RCT is done about what are the types of interventions that work. And we have some amount of evidence for that, for what works and what doesn't work. And it's clear that what works is interventions around teachers. What works is interventions in teaching at the right level. And, there is I think it would be interesting for all of you to see this survey. I think there is a World Bank supported sort of guidebook, which is like smart buys for in the education space. And what it does is really give you a menu of options, which could be best buys, good buys, buys that don't have much evidence for it, and bad buys, like buys that have proved, like investments that have proved over and over again not to yield results. So if you look at that framework, I'm not saying this is the only framework to look at, but if you look at that framework, it is clear that the only kind of technology intervention that they have said that has evidence to show that it has worked in improving learning level of children are some sort of personalized adaptive learning platforms and software. And these personalized adaptive learning platforms and software are also successful only in contexts where there's already a level of hardware penetration that is assumed. So it works more in higher resourced context. So again, there is a little caveat there, but PALs have been the only kind of EdTech that has evidence to support its effectiveness with caveats. And also it is as if it were a kind of teaching at the right level. So teaching at the right level, there's a lot of evidence to show that that works. PAL is one type of teaching at the right level. So that's the third point I had about evidence and how policymaking is going towards more evidence-based policies. I know that in India, minute more. Okay. So I'll wrap up quickly. I think in India, we have about 3 states that I know of, and you all can please add and correct me. I think Haryana has gone in for some kind of PAL initiative, personalized adaptive learning initiative. Madhya Pradesh has reached a point of just issuing an RFP. UP is doing something, and Andhra is doing something as part of their World Bank project. So, and Gujarat maybe also. So these are still very nascent stage. We don't know what works, in which context it works, whether it is working. So these, this is to say that all the EdTech initiatives that we do have and the companies come up with offerings for, we should have more, robust sort of impact evaluation built into that. And that will help you all, advocate for them in turn. Chhattisgarh also tried, in the last 4 years, we tried to sort of use EdTech strategically, whether it was in the assessment space. We used some sort of education technology intervention. We want to use, we've done this big project with the World Bank, which is in the pipeline now, and where we are kind of using personalized adaptive, we're not using personalized adaptive learning for kids, but we are trying to see if teachers' professional development, we can have some sort of need-based programming done there. I want to end by saying that, the argument, and it might sound like I'm saying EdTech, taking a step back and being very reserved about EdTech, but I think the biggest argument for EdTech is its inevitability. We are getting more and more immersed in technology. It's an aspirational issue. And in so many ways, it's you can mirror the experience of English language education. English language education over and over again, it's proved that mother tongue education helps children learn better in early years. However, governments have gone in for English medium education simply because it's an aspiration. So technology is an aspiration. Governments will spend on technology. The opportunity really is to really find solutions that are specific to the problems that governments face, and not solutions that go in search of problems to solve. So I hope this helps, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all.
Okay, thank you for that perspective of what's happening in Chhattisgarh. I think my biggest takeaway was the embedding technology solutions rather than a top-down solution. Very heartening to hear governments talk about that. So without much ado, let me go on to the next speaker. Yeah. Dr. Balla, you use the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Iyer. First of all, I am very thankful to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity to learn so many things from the other stakeholders as well as the different states, what they are doing in their field to upgrade the higher education and the school education. So as far as the government of Punjab is concerned, the Punjab is a state where there are problems regarding the migration of population to the other countries we are facing from the last many years. Most of the people who are having some affordability, they are sending their wards to the other countries, and Punjab is becoming youngless population day by day. And there are many areas where you will find that people of old age are living in their houses without having their children with them. So the government of Punjab now is focusing on all these issues, how to tackle this issue so that our young population is retained in the state. They should not migrate to other countries. Whatever they want in terms of employability or support for the entrepreneurship or business, they should be provided here. So we are focusing in Punjab on three cardinals of education. One is access, second is equity, and third is quality. And for providing the access, the government of Punjab has opened 16 new government colleges in the rural areas, particular rural areas where there was no such higher education institution. And most of the young students like girls, they were deprived from the education, higher education. So to provide the access to all kinds of stakeholders, we have opened 16 new government colleges. Second thing which we have done to improve and attract the students, because the paying capacity of the students is very much lesser in the rural. Let me complete, sir. I will answer your questions. I have listened to you when you was interacting with all these people. One thing which we have done for attracting the young population who cannot afford for higher education, we have designed a scheme for all 64 government colleges, particularly for the rural areas. A person who get 60% marks in the graduation +2 examination, they will get 60% fee waiver. Person who gets 70% marks will get 70% fee waiver. Person who get 80% or more marks, the government of Punjab will not charge any fee from the students of the government colleges of Punjab. This is one thing. Second, what we have done to give access to the students, SC scholarship, which is 60% is financed by the government of India and the 40% is financed by the government of Punjab. But we are not charging any single penny from these students, even though there is a delay in the payment by the government of India or the state government. The institution pay their fee out of their pocket, particularly government colleges from their funds. And after that, that is reimbursed by the government of Punjab and the government of India. But the students are not charged. Third thing, which is regarding the equity, we have to give them various options for the students. Even the self-financing courses, which are run by the government of Punjab in their colleges, the 30% fee waiver is given to all the students, so that there should not be any deprive for the students of Punjab, that in the name of a high fee, they are not getting the education. So these are the three things which we have done for the equity. Third thing, to improve the quality. Let me share with you, sir. We have 64 government colleges in Punjab. 16 are new. They are not eligible for the NAC accreditation right now because they are 3-year-old only. But all our 48 government colleges were accredited within 1 year, because it was our focus that unless and until you provide the quality education to the students, there is no meaning of education for that. So these are the three things which we are doing for the access, equity, and quality. Apart from that, now our focus is on the youth of Punjab, because it is not possible for any government to provide employment in the services sector, in the government jobs, for the youth, because there are certain limitations. The funds are not there. But what we are doing, we are creating an ecosystem for entrepreneurship in every college. In the last 2 years, all colleges of Punjab, we have 700 colleges, 437 unaided colleges, 136
aided colleges and 64 government colleges. All colleges has now established institutional innovation councils. And that was an order for the government of Punjab that you have to do it. This is why this has been done. This has been done to create an ecosystem of higher education for entrepreneurship in the colleges. Mostly the people who are coming for the higher education, they have a one focus only, that after getting the graduation degree, they have to get a job. After graduation, maybe clerk, maybe senior assistant, maybe in the industry or as a teacher, they are all focusing on the government jobs. Now the scheme of this ecosystem for entrepreneurship is to tell the people that there are so many options. Now they have to become a job creators. For that purpose, there was a wave of various programs which we have organized in the colleges to introduce entrepreneurship as a career in the colleges. We have invited the local entrepreneurs. We have invited the various financial institutions to come in the colleges. Our Department of Employment Generation and Skill Development is working on that. And we have tie up with the various industry people, the local industries, the local entrepreneurs, and the big industries. They are joined hands together to make this program successful. Many people are coming in the colleges to tell their stories, how they have transformed their small business into a big venture, how they have started it. So from the school side, we have organized a program, launched a program, Business Blaster, in which 5,000 rupees is given to the 5-student group. Okay. And after that, with that 5,000, they have to start up their small venture and earn something. Though they have not launched a very big projects regarding that, but the urge of becoming the entrepreneur has been absolutely coming up among the youth. So one thing is we have created an ecosystem. And secondly, we have transformed all the courses. Punjab is a state where the 100% national education policy has been implemented, sir. 4-year degree program with multiple entry and exit system with the multidisciplinary courses. Though there was stiff competition, there are tough talks from the people that we should not implement it. There's a difference of government at the national level and the state level. But apart from doing that, education is a priority for the youth. There should not be any kind of politics. So national education policy, and in that we have transformed all the courses. Even the BA which the students are doing, digital media and design, visual arts, audio video recording, animation, photography, these are introduced in the BA subjects so that the students are becoming employable. Apart from that, the Bachelor of Business Administration, which you are giving general course, but now we have transformed it like digital retail marketing, business process re-engineering and management, tax planning and management, event management, travel and tourism, hospital management. One program which is going very successful, that is the Bachelor of Medical Lab Technology. Because in Punjab, there are so many hospitals. And if the people are trained in the medical lab technology, they can go abroad and even get the employment here. And even start their own venture by starting their small laboratories and getting employment there. So this has been done to reorient all the courses which we are running. And apart from that, among the public-private partnership, we have signed an MOU with the British Council, the company BCIL of UK, where the government of Punjab financed 5 crore rupees, and the 5,000 students of the government colleges were given free training English for work, that is English for employability. Though it is correct that we have to focus on our local language also, but for getting employment and interacting with the outside world, you must know the English, which is necessary for only 1 minute. I will be just.
No, already you have 2 minutes overdue.
Okay. So with these remarks, because the time is very short, the government of Punjab is focusing to work wholeheartedly for the youth of Punjab. As far as the technology is concerned, all government colleges, maximum all new government colleges are having all smart classroom embedded with the technology. Our all courses are embedded with the apprenticeship. Our students, our all colleges, 700 colleges are now registered on the apprenticeship portal of the All India Council of Technical Education. Students are registering on it, getting the apprenticeship opportunities. Our industry is working in liaison with the higher education department. Now we have understood that we have to go to the door of industry. Industry will not come to you. So therefore, we are including the members of the board of studies from the industry so that they can tell us what kind of courses they want. How can we train our students? So with this emphasis of the Department of Higher Education, Government of Punjab is working. We welcome the various private partners also. Send us your proposals. I was just discussing with a young boy who said that we have some apps for the mathematics which can transform the higher education scenario. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Klager.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I, Sunil Bajaj, Director, SCRT Haryana. I thank ICC for inviting me to present some of the initiatives taken by the Haryana, particularly SCRT and the School Education Department. So SCRT, as you know, is the state academic authority. So working for the state since 1979. Being advisory to state government for the school education, work for teacher education and all, and the school students teaching learning process to improve all that. Yeah, I can see, but let's move the slide.
Next slide. There is a point
Next. We are working in the with the higher education also now. Recently, we have met with Higher Education Council Vice Chairman and organized. Nothing. So continue. So we have made first we had a meeting with the Higher Education Council. First time the school education has been in touch with the Higher Education Council, and we have started working for finding the area where we can work together. What are the areas? Particularly nowadays, you see in any of the university, there is no particular area working for foundational stage. There is a B.Ed program, but that is looking after for only 6 to 12. So we have started asking them to conduct some courses, 4-year courses as mentioned in NEP, to start 4-year foundational course and other preparatory and other state also. Now, next, we have also signed an MOU with Tata Institute of Social Science. And we have made an MOU to train our teachers, and 8,000 teachers of Haryana will do online course with the TIS. And for that, we have recently we conducted a master trainer program, and they have completed the course in the pilot project. And now later on, these master trainer will work with the TIS, will work as a mentors, and then look for prepare the help in doing the course by the teachers later on. Next. ICT initiatives here. After the central government initiated Diksha platform, we have initiated a lot of program in SCRT for the school education. As you can see in the slide, elementary mentoring review. We have prepared one Samiksha app. So where our block resource person, cluster resource person, they go there, for mentoring purpose, they visit, they make some points, add those feedback on the app, and then through that app, it is on the dashboard and it can be seen by the concerned all stakeholders, either block education officer, district education officer, and the state of machinery. Then e-content development, as you know, Haryana is the first state to distribute 5 lakh tabs to students of class 10th, 11th, and 12th. So for that, we are also working for developing e-content, that what e-content should be given to students to use that through tab. Some of the even assessment part is also in there, in which students try, they see the videos, the content, the chapters, and then assignments and for assessment also. So this is what SCRT is doing. This is a new program in which we have given students an access of some video content that is after the school hours. Students just watch those videos, which is with interactive videos where students, when if they have to answer some of the question, only after that the video will move on. So Pelayo is the software which is used. Next, Our School Chale. This is initiative to increase the enrollment in the students. So good practices are shared through Diksha platform and where videos and photos are uploaded. This is next slide. This is what you can see how much we have achieved in Diksha portal also. Next. Next. This is the initiative we are, every day students are getting YouTube links and they can see and do there. Next. Prashikshak portal is a portal on which DIET and SCRT, as whatever work they are doing is online, it is available, and everyone uploads its work on the task, whether it is a whatever work DIETs and SCRT doing for the school is available on this Prashikshak portal. Next. Next. MOOC course, SCRT initiated the MOOC courses as mentioned in the NEP. So we have launched the first MOOC course by the SCRT. Next. Vocational education is, you know, in 2013-14, Haryana was the first state to introduce this vocational education in the school system. And now next slide, it will show the data next. Yes, year by year, you can see how many schools we have. Now there are 1,257 schools which are now running vocational courses from 9 to 12th. Next. This is the enrollment data also, how many students are getting this. Next. Sectors, there are 15 sectors on which we are working for the vocational development. And now next. District-wise, this is the initiative. In which district, what are the areas in which the sectors we are using? Next. Yes, these are the areas which are the interventions made by the department, various initiatives you can see. These are the whether guest lectures, field visits, internship, on-job training, all these areas we are conducting for making them aware and making them to build their capacity so that they can be easily employed. Next. So this is the placement status. Actually, every year we are conducting this placement programs. So the record which we have, this is the area where even not only this placement, but also some of the, as one of the major area, if you've seen in the sectors, more than 400 schools are running beauty and wellness programs. So some of the girls who have done this, the course for, at level 9 to 12th are running various beauty parlor centers and earning a lot. So they have opened their own beauty wellness centers. So this is also one of the area. So not only placements, they are getting jobs, but they are entrepreneuring and they are doing their own business as well also. Skill University is the one of the major initiative. It is also the first university in Haryana. And in this Skill University now, this is totally industry based. The university meets the various industries, asks the requirement, accordingly prepare the course and Bachelor of Vocational courses. So the students are also getting, earning the money during their learning. So it is 40-60, 60% they are in the practical area. So only 40% classes are there. So this Skill University is doing a lot. So I invite all of you to visit Skill University and get the guidance, because it is recently its admissions are also going on. So Skill University, because it is totally working industry based. Many courses I can show you. Okay. Thank you. There are many other initiatives, but as time is short, so we can you can ask me any question if during the question hour time. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Jayasudha to share her thoughts.
Yeah, first I would like to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce for extending their invitation. I think I'm the only person representing a southern state. So, and there is a lot to share. Tamil Nadu being one of the states which actually is non-pareil with in terms of education because we always have had almost double the national average in GER since it has been kind of being studied. So currently they are somewhere close to 50. And this was an exercise that the government actually did very consciously because in 2013-14, we just had 69 government arts and science colleges. But today we have 171 arts and science colleges. This is the expansion we were able to kind of do at scale over the past 1 decade. And we have 13 state universities which come under the aegis of higher education, apart from 9 other state universities which belong to different sectors and different government departments. So we have done this much in terms of access by expanding the higher education space. And I should say every district at least has 3 or more government arts and science colleges. And we also have increased the number of polytechnic colleges and engineering colleges also from the government sector. In terms of equity, ours is the only state which actually has a reservation of 69% compared to the 50% reservation which the government of India has. Apart from that, from 2008-9, all higher education and government institutions for UG and PG programs, the government has taken over payment of tuition fees, and there is a tuition fee waiver for everybody who enrolls into an arts and science program. Apart from that, since we had a lot of competition and students from rural areas were not able to make into competitive exams like NEET and JEE, there is an internal reservation of 7% for students who pursue their high studies from their school education from 6 to 12 standards from government schools. So it is available both with engineering and with medicine with our state. Apart from that, there is also a scheme now to incentivize girls' enrollment into higher education, wherein the government gives every girl student who has studied from a government institution from 6 to 12 standard, 1,000 rupees incentive until they complete their graduation or masters or whatever is the highest level they intend to pursue their studies with. And it also has been implemented on 9th of August for even males who study with government institutions from 6 to 12 standard. Now, having said that, this is what we have done in terms of access and equity. In terms of quality, there was a Vision 2023 way back from 2006 to 2023, wherein we had envisaged to bring a lot of systems in tune with building a lot of capacity, not just of the faculty, but also of institutions. So there were lots of centers of excellence that were created with higher educational universities being the centers. But later on, we soon realized post-COVID that all of these centers of excellence were actually functioning under silos, and it depended on independent faculties. So now our focus has shifted from institutions to industries as the locus, and we have identified space in Madurai, Coimbatore, and Chennai, wherein industries clusters are actually going to play a pivotal role in creating these centers of excellence, and we call them research parks. I think this is also a kind of incentive we took from the IIT Madras Research Park, which actually started as a startup ecosystem. Now, Tamil Nadu is the Detroit of India, and we lead the rest of India with Industry 4.0 with a lot of innovations that we have been doing. We also thought we also need to kind of capitalize on the demographic dividend, because it's not just enough to open the portals of higher education to students, but also see and create a roadmap for their employability and their mobility, not just within the state and within the country, but also across the world. So we started introducing a lot of foreign language courses, TOEFL and other courses in universities. Further to this, we also introduced a sustainable certification parameters for employability kind of an ecosystem, where we have the state funding a scheme called the Nan Mudalvan scheme, wherein we actually focus not just on higher education, but also the ITI and polytechnic ecosystem. So there are sandwich and OJT built courses with industry spaces, wherein the student also gets a stipend through the courses. So a polytechnic course, if it is just of a 3-year duration, it will be clubbed with 6 more years of OJT experience, and the student may find a job within the same industry where he goes for this program, or may find it elsewhere. So that is one we do for the polytechnics. With ITIs, we also focus on building in a lot of language skills, because a lot of model ITIs have been built, but the problem for them is being able to communicate to the outside world. So we also offer courses through Cambridge and also through Vadvani Foundation. We offer a lot of courses for them. In terms of arts and science and engineering, Anna University is the first technical university in the country which has produced a lot of graduates who actually are working across the world in very top positions. So they offer actually industry driven courses with a credit integrated system into the curriculum way back from 2022 June itself. There are courses that are offered in terms of language proficiency, digital proficiency, and also domain expertise and employability skills. These are the 4 segments in which these courses are offered. Further to the success of implementation in Anna University, we expanded it to the 10 arts and science state universities in the state, where we have an enrollment of 3.3 lakhs per year. We focused only on the affiliated colleges, the 19 government arts and science autonomous colleges, since the non-autonomous self-finance and government-aided colleges did not want an intrusion into their space, but today they are asking for it because it's a huge investment from the government, which is a minimum of 40 crore per semester per university. That is how it's been, the scale we are working with. And the kind of courses we offer, the partners are Cambridge does the English program along with Steph Hindu. Microsoft does the digital literacy program for both the arts and science, engineering and polytechnic. Other than that, we have Oracle. We have our own Apex Skill Development Council, which does it for logistics. We have a Apex Skill Development Council for healthcare, which does it for that. We not only offer courses in isolation for the domains, we also have a stacking of courses. There are courses which are available at the basic, intermediate, and advanced level. So we see that these 3 courses a student is able to take based on the choice he or she exercises, so that there is a package they get which actually gets them ready for employment. Now, all of this is done through a Nan Mudalvan portal, which has been kind of developed by the TNSTC, and all of the training partners who work with us, they normally have an LMS space, and the API integration happens with the Nan Mudalvan portal, so that we get all of those details on one platform. I think I'll stop here and respond to questions. Thank you.
Perfectly on time. Thank you. Yeah. So we can go to the last but not the least.
Good afternoon, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I stand humbled before you. It is with great respect and admiration that I address this distinguished assembly. Your collective contributions to the field of academia is not only commendable, but also serves as a beacon of knowledge that enlightens and inspires. I'm reminded of the words of Sir Isaac Newton. If I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Today, we are surrounded by modern day giants whose vision and dedication continues to push beyond what can be. And I thank Indian Chamber of Commerce for making this possible. Arivu is a Tamil word, which means brain, knowledge, intellect. The human brain has always been a marvel of nature, which has always intrigued scientists for its vast potential. What if I tell you, you can have a dedicated Arivu at your service to automate and streamline your work so that you academicians have a lot of productive time in hand. We help you by managing your admissions, fee collection, your hostel management, your library, transport with GPRS tracking, helping you with academics, setting up class routines, AI-based attendance systems where the student, when he's walking in, the attendance is being taken automatically, or maybe through a faculty app, just taking 2-3 pictures and the attendance is done. Think about how much of productive minutes the academicians can save. What if I take away all these cumbersome day-to-day nitty-gritty of your hands? Adamas Tech Consulting is a global technology consulting and software developing company established with primary objective of digital transformation of enterprises, especially in the education domain. Adamas Tech Consulting presents to you Arivu, your one-stop cloud-based integrated ERP solution with an interactive platform that's highly intuitive. So its user-friendly interface caters to educational institutions, management, faculty, students, and parents. We're a Bangalore-based company with presence in West Bengal, Maharashtra. Is it working? Yeah. Tamil Nadu, Odisha, San Francisco, Riyadh, and London. Arivu unites and integrates stakeholders from different labyrinths of the educational ecosystem, starting from school management, college management, university management. We also have a learning management system, which enables corporate learning, upskilling, reskilling platforms. And we have a test card, which is also part of Arivu. And this is a AI-based remote proctored digital assessment platform. Like I said, Arivu is your end-to-end comprehensive partner from applicant to alumni. So Arivu aids admission and registration by simplifying your registration process. We can set parameters to set out all the application, the preliminary screening can be done by setting a few parameters. So the students who are, applicants who are not eligible for a particular course will be filtered out at the very beginning. And then we have the documents submitted by the applicants can be verified using AI ML. So think about all the manual checking you have to do. This is all filtered out. And then the marks entered by the student can also be verified using the mark sheet uploaded by the student using AI ML. So we can integrate this with the DigiLocker also if required. No, I think we... Yes. So then there is fee management. Fee management is also linked to the bigger part of the financial accounting. And it is also, the fees are also mapped to your all your fee heads. So one click, it is reducing redundancy in so many levels. And then we are supporting a lot of payment gateways like the CC Avenue, BillDesk, PU, HDFC PayBiz, GPay, PhonePay, everything. So we've thought about everything to the granular level. And Arivu also supports multi-currency payments. There are options for PDCs, installments, scholarships, waiver programs, and then a due report, predictable future collections, defaulter list. Everything is managed effortlessly. Now coming to academics, very interesting. You can also do paper mapping with the courses, the class routines, the lesson plans, the faculty allocations. Then, like I said, the AI-based attendance system. So think about all those productive minutes the academicians are saving for optimal learning experiences. We also support COPO and OBE as per NEP 2020. Then there is pre-exam scheduling of the examinations. Suppose you're giving us a question bank dump. And our Arivu, your Arivu can help you set up, say, 3 sets of question papers with a lot of our speakers were saying about the difficulty levels. So you can assign difficulty levels to each, weightage to each difficulty level. Say easy questions, these many weightage. Then there'll be a medium level question that will have a weightage. That way, you can have these many set of question papers done within just clicks. Then the post-examination is also there. Coming to the non-core modules like the financial accounting, where we have a proper audit trail, all the financial records are maintained properly. Then HRMS, where the job portals, the recruitments, appraisals, leave management, employee self-service, everything is managed. Coming to purchases and inventory, you have the options to maintain your records campus-wise, school-wise, college-wise, for universities also. And there is you can track university assets effectively, Library management I've already discussed, and hostel management, transport management also I've already discussed. So even though we are offering end-to-end solution covering all the necessary modules, you have the option to choose a la carte also. So they are all on the basis of a plug-and-play model. Suppose you're using a certain tech partner for a certain module, and you don't want to opt out of it, you can just choose one of our modules also, or a set of our modules, and use them as well. We also have a lighter version for mobile application, which supports iOS and Android versions also, but with limited functionality. They are highly cost-effective, custom configurable, and rapidly implementable. So, iterating on some of the key features of our LMS system, iterating on what Honorable Professor V. Gopal Rao sir said, and Bhavna Taragi ma'am also said about the need for remote digital proctored exams. Arivo LMS and TestGuard caters to advanced AI-powered proctoring that ensures the highest standard of exam integration and fairness. We have candidate ID verification, eye movement tracking, iris movement tracking for off-screen glances. Then we have background noise and movement detection also. We ensure consistency throughout the assessment period. So we have regular scan reports coming to you. Then we have, again, iterating on Honorable Pankaj Mittal ma'am said about teachers and cameras. So we are giving you options of doing simultaneous online and offline classes also. For example, faculty is teaching in the classroom, and automatically that teaching process is being captured, and it is already being stored as a video file for future references or for online learning as well. So that way, we are connecting the bridges there as well. Also, Sayam sir said about language barriers. So we are supporting multilingual learning as well in our platform. So with this, I thank you for your attention, and we are excited to hear your thoughts and answer any questions you may have. So to continue this conversation, please remember to visit our kiosk right there. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you. So before I throw the floor open, just in case people have missed some of the points, let me just quickly summarize one point from each of the panelists that stood out for me. Okay, so from rather than go by name, I'll go by state. Okay, from Chhattisgarh, the key idea that stood out for me was embedding the technology in the solution, rather than doing a top-down idea. From Punjab, it was like having an entrepreneurship ecosystem to prevent migration of youth. From Haryana, it was having a tie-up of quality improvement with higher education and mentoring. From Tamil Nadu, it was having an industry as a locus for a center of excellence rather than academia, which can avoid the silos. And from Marinu, the idea was of being able to connect to all the other points that were made and improving the efficiency of the system. So that's kind of a summary of what all has been talked about. And we have, I think, about 3-4 minutes for questions. So maybe 3 questions we can take.
Sir, by excessive use of technology in education is going to assassinate the character and mannerism of students. Would you agree with me? No. Overuse of technology is going to assassinate character and mannerism in students.
See,
It will lose, teacher-taught relationship.
Technology by itself is like a blackboard. It doesn't do anything. It's the way you use it, right? So technology is neither the solution nor the problem. It's merely the platform. And the way you use it is the key to, whether it goes to making it a heaven or whether it goes to making it a hell. Okay, so any questions for the panelists rather than for me? Yeah.
My name is S.N. Sharma. I'm former director of Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and chief mentor, Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust Confederation of Indian Industry, where we impart 6-hour training online for mentorship. So in that connection, I have visited so many institutions, university colleges in NCR region and Haryana also. When I looked into the prospectus of that university or college or MBA, BCA, anything, not a single college or university I found where they have mentioned that our students who have passed out in engineering or MBA or BPA, 80% got the placement, minimum was 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 50 lakh. Nobody mentioned how many students were educated in the entrepreneurship.
So
they created.
Is there a question?
Yeah, no, my question is how to change the mindset of the parents as well as the institution. Because you don't mention कि कितने आदमियों ने job creator बना or simply job. So why don't you include the, because you don't do that.
Okay, so let's pick that question.
How to change the mindset except Mr. Balla.
Is there a program?
He talked about
parents. That is
Mr. Balla in his speech, he talked about entrepreneurship. Nobody else talked about. I think Mr. Bajaj also about that Nehru, that Skill University.
Dr. Balla, you can.
Just within one. Yes, I'm not siding my government only. This is the actual reality which we are doing in the state. The question of sir is very relevant that we have to create an environment of entrepreneurship among youth. Because first you have to change the psychology of your parents who are sending their wards to the universities and colleges. They are sending these people to the universities and colleges with the bent of mind that this is going to be either IAS officer or either engineer in a good company. They are not sending these people with the mission that we have to brought them as a entrepreneur. But I just state you the people of Ludhiana. Ludhiana is a richer district in the state of Punjab. Most of the people of the business class, which they are sending to their wards, to the colleges and universities, they are sending with the mission that they should be employable in their own ventures, not in the companies. But the psychology of all the people who are working in the banks as a service, either manager or chief manager or working in other companies, their psychology is to make them as employable in the service sector. This is the problem. First, you change the psychology of your parents. Then you change the psychology of your teachers, because the concept of teaching need to be changed. The concept of teaching, now you have to hire the people from the industry as a professor of practice. The University Grants Commission has given an option to that. Why you are hiring assistant professors who has done PhD or postgraduate? Hire business managers working in the banks, hire chartered accountants, hire lawyers, hire medical professionals who should teach in these colleges so that they become employable in itself. And they should become job creators. The psychology has to be changed. Slowly, we are moving towards that. Slowly, we have to understand that the government is not principal employer of the young population of India. The principal employer is the private sector. The principal employer is the self-made enterprises. So we have to understand that. We are talking about from the last 10 years, startup has been introduced. Innovation Center has been introduced. What kind of outcome we have achieved? Now we should bring a white paper on that.
Thank you for that. One last question from that leader.
मेरा नाम रंजू मिन्हास है। मैं पंजाब से हूँ, लेकिन मेरी एजुकेशन साउथ से हुई है, एनसीसी चेन्नई। और भल्ला सर से जो भी सुना, जो पंजाब में स्टेप सिखाए हैं, तो बहुत ही इंडीड वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव। लेकिन एक चीज आपसे जो मेरे दिमाग में आई कि आपने बोला 64 सरकारी कॉलेजेस हैं। तो पहली बात, एक जनरल स्टूडेंट के लिए सरकारी कॉलेज में घुसना भी बहुत मुश्किल है। इवन विद योर 90% यू आर आउट ऑफ इट, राइट? अच्छा, वापस जो उसको बेनिफिट्स हैं फर्दर, आप कह रहे हो जो उसी कॉलेज के बच्चे हैं तो 60% जितने नंबर आएंगे उतने आप ऑफ कर रहे हो, तो बेनिफिट में बेनिफिट ही मिल रहा है उनको। तो जो दूसरी क्लास है, जनरल क्लास, उसको रोकने के लिए कि आप मतलब फिर तो ये जो बेनिफिट है आप अक्रॉस स्टेट कीजिए ना, वाई सर्टेन सेक्शन।
द जो बात मैंने आपसे कही कि 60%, 70%, 80%, that is extended to all the classes of students. That is not only for the government colleges के लिए. We have slowly started this process. First, this step was for the government colleges. Now we will be pressing our government that this scheme is very successful, because हमारा जो 29% था GER higher education में, state national level पे शायद 28 point something है. Earlier we were at 26%. So 2-3 साल में हमने improve किया है. So this message will go to the government. Now, because of this, we have attracted our youth in the higher education institution. So slowly we have done it in the 64 government colleges. Then we will be extending to 136 aided colleges, and then moving toward the other colleges of the state. So government के पास finances, you must be knowing about that there is a limitation. Secondly, within a day or two, we are going to have a notification from the government of Punjab for the CSR policy, begging the bowl from the industry people, come and join us and feed our all 700 colleges in terms of giving some kind of benefits in the fee structure. They should sponsor the students instead of giving money here and there. So we are moving towards that also, because it is not the only responsibility of the government. It is the responsibility of all the stakeholders. If society will come forward, we are sure that we are going to teach every youth of Punjab 100% free of cost.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So this is
wonderful.
wonderful.
On that point, I think we are
Sir,
out
one
of
more,
time.
I have not finished. So
No,
please,
it's
give me
time
one,
out.
so it's okay. We have been
Okay.
listening to the speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, एक और सर, भला सर, एक which I really appreciate, जो एक point आपने बोला कि जो इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर में, जो ऑलरेडी फील्ड में जो इंडस्ट्री के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, they should be in the academic field where they should be guiding the youth in entrepreneurship. और क्योंकि my husband, he has been teaching faculty in few MBA colleges, so he has felt this. There's a resistance from the academic, people who are leading. They don't want people from the industry to come and teach. So one thing I really appreciate what you pointed out. Thank
Our
you.
state universities have already approved the professors in practice as asked by the University Grants Commission. From this academic session, we are going to hire these people. Some on honorary basis, because industry people don't want any remuneration. They will be introduced as a professor in practice on honorary basis, or those who are interested, chartered accountants, bank manager, experts from the engineering working in the industry, if they can join us as a professor in practice in colleges, that is welcome.
Okay. With that, I think we will bring
As a guest.
as a professor of practice. That's a new designation.
It's a new thing.
It's a new designation. Okay, so with that, I hand it back to
Pooja.
Pooja.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I would now request our summit chairman, Professor Anupam Basu, to sum up the whole day's proceedings with his few words. Sir, please come under. That we will do once you are through with your comment. Okay, all right. Sure. Okay. So the mementos, please. I request Professor Iyer to kindly felicitate Madam Mitakshara Kumari, Dr. Ashwini Bhalla, Dr. Sunil Bajaj, Dr. T. Jayasudha, and Ms. Sucharita Roy. A group photograph, please. No, that we will do because we have our chairman who would like to hand over because he has been, instrumental in inviting Professor Iyer also. Please, a group photograph. Thank you so much. I would request Professor Basu to kindly felicitate Professor Iyer. Nahin. We need a photo opportunity. Sir was very, from the very beginning, he has been saying that he wanted to try to enhance your. Thank you so much. So the closing remarks from Professor Anupam Basu, the summit chairman.
A very good afternoon. I greeted you in the morning and now it's the afternoon. And I'm the second parenthesis of closing the day's session. At the outset, I must thank you all for being patient to listen to all the speakers. It has been a very exciting set of sessions, I must say. And although it is named as the closing remarks, I'm not going to give a vote of thanks except for saying that we are indebted to all of you to make it successful. And I think you have been able to exchange your contacts and everything. The sessions where there were, besides the inaugural session, there were 3 sessions. In the inaugural session, we found some points made, first of all, made by different speakers. The ICT chairman, Professor Sitaram, has mentioned about a number of new schemes that AICT is taking up. The other speakers like us, Professor Ram Gopal Rao, myself and Satyam Rai Chidri and Pankaj Mittal, everybody stressed the need of proper use of technology. The thing that came up time and again was we need to do something about online assessments with respect to online examination. In the opening session, I expected people to touch upon the school sector, but that was not done so much in the inaugural session. But immediately, the session that followed immediately was mainly concerned with school education. And there also everybody stressed the need of application of technology. Some people have talked about new pedagogies like flipped classroom came up in all the remaining 3 sessions time and again. Online examinations again came up. Hybrid models were talked about where we can do some sort of blended learning. And this has been talked about for a long time. The other thing that I really expected left something desired, that is, how do we reach the bottom of the pyramid? It is easy to say, and right now I think the ICT chairman is not there to challenge me. So I can certainly say that it is more easily said than done. Every time we are assuming that the benefit of technology will trickle down, percolate down to the bottom of the pyramid, we have seen that doesn't happen like this. I personally do not agree that digital divide is gradually coming to an end. No. While we are doing all these EdTechs, unless we tune the EdTechs to reduce the digital divide, that will not be very beneficial. It was really very interesting to see in the last session a number of initiatives that the different governments, especially Mr. Valla, enunciated a number of schemes. I thought those were done in Punjab, right? Yes. So that was really encouraging. It was also encouraging to see the mention of embedding technology inside the solutions, which Professor Iyer also mentioned. We have to find out the technology. There are technologies. See, it is EdTech. Now, this tech can be preceded by high tech or low tech, both. Sometimes, when you go at the grassroots, you find that low tech is also missing. I have taught in schools where every class is given 1/3 of a blackboard. One teacher sitting in the middle of 2 classrooms. There is no wall. All right, one teacher is teaching both classes. We need some low tech there. Instead of concentrating our thoughts only on high tech, AI. Now, AI flooded the session like anything. That was an interesting thing to note. And AI was looked upon as a panacea. Myself spending 40 years in AI research, it is not a panacea. It is a coin which has got both the sides. Now, obviously, AI is helping. AI can help us with proper cognitive modeling to make educational contents tuned to individuals. We have to model the individual students for that. We need proper language technology. LLM, the advent of Gen AI, has not solved all the problems and will not solve all the problems. It will give rise to new problems. Now, one interesting thing is coming up with the advent of, people complain, right? That I ask the students to write an essay and Gen AI will give them the essay. They will reproduce it, submit it for their assessment. So, our assessment needs to be changed a little bit. You see, even after lunch, people go barf, right? Right, yeah. So, such things happen. So, similarly, too much of Gen AI can make people burp. So, you need to put in proper prompts for the ChatGPT or Gen AI. And the students should learn that. So new things will crop in the educational sector. And the solution of these new AI-made challenges need not be met with AI. Can be made by the people themselves who will make these prompts. We wait for a day, of course, when AI will create AI, and then probably we won't have anything to do, but those days are not immediately near. So we still have got some things to do in the education sector, ranging from low tech to high tech. And we must embed technology, but before that we must identify the solution. What solution is needed where? You know, the places where I'm talking of half a board or full board, first you need a board there. I don't need a digital board there, right? That is the technology. The students will have to access that. Similarly, as we go up, we are having a lot of students. Like Professor Iyer was mentioning, the same happened with me. Started with a class of 30 students and then ended up a class of 400 or 300 students, where I cannot look at the last bench. All right. So the entire educational paradigm is changing. But there, collaborative learning, peer-based learning, problem-based learning, flipped classrooms. Still the classroom architecture, you see, nobody talked about the classroom architecture. classroom architectures are again benches and desks. Why not tables like this? Where students will sit around, the teacher will go around, sit with them, discuss, and they will solve problems. Those of you who have read uh, 10,000, what is that? Robert Jung's book? I'm forgetting the name, where Göttingen coffee houses were mentioned, where scientists used to work on the coffee table, and the owner of the coffee shop used to instruct the waiters not to erase the coffee table, because the next day those scientists will again come and solve the problems. All right? So that was a fantastic architecture. People could sit around, collaborate, discuss. So we have to think in all aspects. And of course, it is really heartening to see that the government people, often they are transferred, that's a bad thing. But if they stay and there is ownership, I think a lot can be done. And at the end, I'll thank you all for your patience and your take-home things. You have got something to say? No? Oh, he raised two hands. I thought he has got two questions. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to Pooja for official vote of thanks or whatever. Then you do that. There's a lucky draw or something. Okay.
So as Sir said, Sir has already given the vote of thanks. There's a small token of appreciation to all the participants that we would conduct through, we have already done it, the lucky draw. Our esteemed panelists have done it. So we will just read out the names. If they're here, they can please collect Amit Saraugi, Mr. Amit Saraugi, Dr. Anshu Mathur, Dr. Anshu Mathur.
Copper stop coupons, please come. Yeah, come. Thank you very much.
Shankar Singh. Navogesh Parveen. Chandar. Yes, he's here. Chandar Ramchandrani. Mandhir Nayat. Yes, sir. Once. Mr. Nitin Jhamb. Ex-AGM Rights Limited. The name is not here. Okay. Is it? Okay. Dr. J.K. Bhatti. J.K. Bhatti, sir. Miss Renu. Hitesh Kumar. Unfortunately, he's also not there. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. So we are through with today's proceedings. Thank you so much for your august presence. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's tea, coffee.